His name was Emmanuel. I can't pronounce his surname. And Janyan. But basically, he said that he would get arranged for someone to go to the property with me where my room is, because obviously, I know, as you know, I've been self-funding this hotel for 4 months. And my mental health has deteriorated, and nothing has come of that. I've only got this lovely lady witness friend, acquaintance friend, who's the lady who was a witness to my council terrorism at the property. I'm a little bit. I'm more than just a little bit anxious right now because I've been self-funding this hotel for 4 months, and the legal aid law firm that have said that they would offer to help me with the council, I've got to go through that whole process where I've got to basically prove my citizenship in this country and everything. I've got to get a passport, proof of benefits, bank statements, all this kind of thing. I don't have photo ID, and it would be at the property. But I'm also very anxious because I'd asked the hotel if they would reserve my room for me for I don't know how long. I'd need to fund. I'm feeling extremely anxious because this is the only place where I can stay for where I'm safe, and they're charging it at the rate that I can afford. It's quite ironic, really, that my lady witness friend has suggested going to the TV, to the media about my experiences because the BBC want my room, which I said, isn't that ironic? But it's not for unfortunately, it's not for sort of social issues like mine. They're doing some filming here or something. But I said, oh, well, isn't that ironic, given the fact that the manager knows that the hotel is being used for quite a number of homeless people who are in these circumstances. I I'm at that point where I just don't know what to say, really. I'm so as a result of everything that's happened, what with the police, everything, obviously, I know you know all of it. I don't need to repeat it all again. But I did I've forgotten what the name of the man on the reception. I've forgotten what his name is. But I have said to him, I am a loyal guest. I've been here for 4 months now in this room, self-funding this room. And he's not giving me that sort of that reassurance, which they should do, that they would keep a room for me here for I don't know how long, because how long is a piece of string, sort of thing. But this out of hours duty social worker was meant to get someone to come with me to the property to check on my things because of what has happened to me previously. with losing temporary accommodation and people touching my things, and it's just had, you know, a knock-on effect with my, you know, obviously with my, not just, you know, when it affects you mentally, it will affect you physically, because, you know, it's draining. In the meantime, I'm doing the best that I can to try and get help and support. But, you know, it's like Lorraine Blackwell. I let her know that I was live streaming my phone call on YouTube, as I let you know as well, because I played it back and you were aware of it. And they threatened to not help me. She did a change of hand. There were so many people that I just can't trust, because I'd let her know that I was live streaming the phone call, and then they. But yeah, Brighton Housing Trust have been part of the problem. They've been, you know, as I said, all have been complicit in these very serious failings. As I said, even including Caroline Ansell, because, you know, days before I was beaten by the police during a welfare check on Beachy Head, I've got the email she sent me. I would be very happy to show her this. This I don't know what it is, but I reported the solicitor, the SRA, the Solicitor Regulation Authority, because they were trying to basically stitch up someone who's a law-abiding citizen who's never committed a crime, to try to without court papers. I was beaten by the police. I went through that horrific experience, and I don't feel safe to do anything without my lady witness friend. I don't feel safe to go to the police desk without her, because, as I said, on the 7th of October, I went there to say that I would be returning with her as a witness. And I was put through that 24 hours of non-stop torture, where I was threatened with prison. You know, all my civil liberties and human rights have been, you know, I'm like, I feel like a nervous wreck. You know, these are serious crimes against my human rights by, you know, by so-called public servants who serve the Crown and the public. And they've put me through this endless torture. And I really do, you know, I just, you know, I've just been reduced to a pathetic sort of, well, I say pathetic. This would test anyone, this would. If you know, if you've been attacked in your own council shared accommodation and had all this vandalism and everything, and as I said, you know, the neighbours, I recorded the neighbours complaining, but they've picked on a vulnerable person. And you know, I'm just trying to just try and pick myself up. You know, it's like learning to walk again. You know, I'm in my midlife now, and you know, I shouldn't be in these no one should be in these circumstances. Absolutely no one. It's absolute. You know, it's like they want me to give up. You know, but I've got, you know, I've got human rights. I've got more rights than I could ever know about, except I don't know what they, because I've never, you know, I'm just a vulnerable person who's still learning about you know, basic rights and common law and all of that. Sorry, please excuse me if I sound like I'm rambling a bit here, but the bottom line is, I basically I am concerned about not having this room or a room available for a guaranteed you know, obviously it's down to the hotel and I need to speak to the manager about that. And obviously the fact that someone from out of hours, I mean, I even went to an appointment at St Mary's House with my lady witness friend to speak to Claire Conlon, and well, nothing seems to have come of that either. But I can't be the first person to have complained about this, because the property has got a terrible reputation. I know, because I recorded a neighbour saying that when one of the drunken licensees attacked me. And I had to stay here in July when I had my reputation smeared in the local Herald, which I could sue them for libel, for printing my name and my details, because the police had beaten me during a welfare check before sectioning me, when they were the ones who have discriminated me every time I have reported very serious incidents in council temporary accommodation. So I don't seem to be getting any remedy here. Yeah, I just wanted to, that's really just what I wanted to say. Basically is yeah, I'm just concerned that I'm not going to have I need that. The hotel seemed to be prioritising the BBC over a constituent who's funding this hotel for their safety, and out of hours, so adult social care have already, you know, they came here to the hotel to visit me without, it wasn't even organised by me, so I don't know who organised it. So I assumed that it had been yourself, because I didn't ask them to come out to me, but Emmanuel had assured me that someone would go with me to the property just to check that my things are there. And I've just had enough. I just can't. I can't. I just can't cope with it. As I said, my lady witness friend said she'd come to the property with me, but I think, you know, this is given the fact that this lady is still going to the oncologist. She's not well herself, obviously, and I don't want to be putting. I want to put as little stress her way as possible. Yeah, that's basically it, really. I hope I'm making sense. I'm very stressed out, and I've my head has been in a very dark place.
Well, I'm certainly very, very sorry to hear all that. It sounds very, very concerning, and I can see why it's stressing you out so much.
Thank you.
I unfortunately I can't see too much where sort of Caroline can assist, unfortunately, with your problem. I don't know if there was something specific that you sort of wanted her to do. Well, but I certainly am very sorry to hear about it. In terms of the mental health professional that came to visit you, I don't believe that was anything from our end. As I said before, I think that there's a number of people that obviously you've sort of spoken to in the last sort of few weeks or few months that may have sort of had concerns that sort of triggered that, I suppose. I don't know, but
yeah, well, maybe. I mean, yes, maybe it had something to do with Claire then. Yeah, I just think now under the, it's one see, I'm someone who always puts other people first, and I can understand why the hotel, obviously the room that I'm in is the rate that I would be paying would be for it is actually meant for a room that doesn't have windows. And they want to reserve the room for people who pay the higher rate. But whilst I understand where they're coming from, given the fact that I've been forced to sleep rough illegally by the council on several occasions when they illegally discharged duty. I mean the fact that I'm even speaking to you now and how suicidal I've been. I mean, it is just it's just it's a survival thing. I'm forcing myself to obviously just to keep going, but it's one of those things where I think, well, I have been a loyal guest, and so long as the hotel makes sure, well, I think under the circumstances, otherwise why would an out of hours duty social worker be coming to visit me? The things that have happened in that property are very serious, and me and my lady witness friend, we've talked about going to the media about this, because this is off the scale. This is it's what the police have done to me. It has left me permanently traumatized, and this is on top of my own personal issues. What they've done to me over the past 5 years. It doesn't make any sense given the fact that I have fought. I've fought so hard with all the local agencies, and I'm still dealing with the lies that come out about. They even have the nerve to say that I don't engage when, as I said, I spent nearly 2 hours telling you this in that last live stream, that I moved to Eastbourne under adult social care, and it's just been pure hell, lies, corruption. It's been so evil. I cannot stress this enough. This is what the mainstream media won't report, but it's been more than just an eye-opener for me, I can tell you that. And I really am dumbing this down for you, that like the suffering that I've been put through, I'm dumbing it down for the sake of trying to sound professional here. But as I said, every day that I'm still here fighting this, no one should be in these circumstances. The circumstances that I'm finding myself in, no one should be in them. I mean, I don't have anyone else to turn to, but even with this lady, I feel when I sent her text messages about being suicidal, that doesn't make me feel good. And I don't feel I can trust the police because of what Sussex police have put me through. I mean, Scott Franklin Lester Sr. burst into my room. No, I was half indecent. They didn't knock on the door. This is Scott Franklin Lester and PC Elms. What are you doing? What's this about, you putting up something suicidal on Facebook? And I was shaking because I said, you have helped. Now, as you'll be aware on the news, it's coming out not nearly as much as it should, because I follow the people who report the things that don't get reported about police corruption and brutality, and how they kept picking on me. They've arrested me for doing what they suggested I should do. Call ended. Call ended. Did Caroline Ansell's caseworker David just hang up on me, or did it just cut out? Oh, he's ringing me back. Hello?
Hello, sorry, apologies about that. The phone seems to have just sort of cut out randomly. I'm not sure what happened there.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure if you'd hung up or not. No, thank goodness for that. That has happened in the past. No, thank you for ringing me back. I'm not mincing my words when I say to you that the police have helped, not just the council, Sussex Police as well, have helped make me suicidal. And I've got the recording. I know, I'm sorry I know I made you late for your appointment, and I do apologise for that, where I was speaking for nearly 2 hours. And I may be repeating myself here, but the recording where PC Franklin Lester had arrested me when he was meant to be the investigating officer for this woman who was on a criminal tag who threatened to beat me senseless. And I had done what Sergeant Simmons had told me to do, which was to record antisocial behaviour. And I was arrested for doing it. And that happened at 3:00 in the morning. I rang 999, and 3 hours later I was arrested with these false claims that the solicitor that I reported to the SRA said that I was acting in self-defense when they were assaulting me on Beachy Head. And this is what they do. They just lie. Now, I've recently seen a Herald article in July, Eastbourne Herald article, the same month where I was mentioned as beating those 3, for want of a polite word, thugs. PC Broadway, PC Soper, and PC what's his name, Austin. PC Austin had badly assaulted me in my partner's flat one time, and it's caused so many issues between me and my partner, because he took this caring role through Care for the Carers, and then adult social care would play him and play me and say he's abusing you. He was banned from visiting me in the psychiatric unit where I was abused, and yet I wasn't allowed to walk into Eastbourne Borough Council. They only allowed him in there on my behalf. So it's all about fear and control. It's not about support. This is what it's all been about. I will say, I've said this before and I'll keep saying it again and again, that what the police have done to me is worse. Rape, the indecent assault that I suffered in 2010, where I went to Hove Crown Court and I put the offender on 2 years in prison and 10 years on a sex offenders register. And since my vulnerability has gone into serious decline, along with my mental health and bereavement, and I'm just deteriorating, I don't feel safe to call the police or anything. I've even been threatened for the live streams that I'm making, which is to document everything that I've been. This is basic stuff. This isn't someone looking for attention. This is basic stuff. it's like a smear campaign. It's like gang stalking. You know, this solicitor didn't want to that I reported from Cramp and Mullany. I reported her because she was as perplexed as I was as to how a welfare check could turn into me being convicted of a beating when she said you acted in self-defense. And then she was saying if you get a probation officer, they can help you with housing. And she changed it to, I suggest you plead guilty. But there were never any court papers because on the 29th of April, when I recorded this licensee who was on a criminal tag, who was threatening me that the neighbours had reported to the council and the police, and they weren't listening because they're corrupt. And Caroline Ansell can keep digging her way out of this, but I've still got the emails she sent me days before I was beaten by the police. And on that very day, I'd been on the phone to the local government ombudsman and a social worker. It's very interesting, I'd like to add, how quickly people leave their jobs and their positions, because I never met that social worker that I spoke to on the phone that day. And the manageress of the Citrus Hotel, where I'd funded the hotel for 2 months under the same circumstances that I'm in right now, because I was too scared to go back to my council accommodation because there were people, criminals, it would appear, violence. A traveller woman who apparently has since taken her own life, her partner was threatening someone with a hammer, and I wasn't safe there, and I was reporting this. I remember I got a letter from the Professional Standards Department apologising for police hanging up on me. I've had 101 call handlers hanging up on me, and I've recorded them with my dictaphone. I hope that they're all on there, because the dictaphone is just full up of phone calls that I've recorded, and Brighton Housing Trust has been a nightmare. And Dan Saxby doesn't seem to want to speak to me at Brighton Housing Trust. I can't trust Lorraine Blackwell. And Dan Saxby was the one who told me I could go to the local government ombudsman for compensation because they were putting a lot of homeless people, they were detaining them in police cells. I mean, I seem to be the one who's talking about the great big fat pink elephant in the room, and no one else. People just are turning up. They know it's going on. As I said, I've seen it in this hotel. I've seen it. I won't say which hotel it is because I'm live streaming this, but it used to be like the Grand Hotel, apparently, many moons ago, and then Britannia took over, and one of the reviews is Homeless Hotel, and they're spot on, really, because that's the way it's going. But it's just ironic that they want to save these rooms for grateful for 4 months for my safety, because they want to give it to the BBC. And I said, well, I'd like to have a word with the BBC. I've still got 2 Panorama producer phone numbers on my phone, because I spoke to what unit was like, because basically it's what I'm saying is what people are too afraid to say, is that homeless people are, it's like there's almost some kind of I know this is going to sound a bit dramatic, but like some sort of almost like some sort of human trafficking system going on here, because homeless people like me, I found myself in the psychiatric unit, not just in there to do with mental health, but because the council were illegally discharging duty to me for complaining about things like bed bugs crawling on me and antisocial behaviour and my safety and leaks. and I'd have these fraudulent Section 184s typed up, and you know, and they were doing everything they can to make me street homeless and to just, you know, let's get rid of this person. Whereas actually, I have rights. I've got a lot of rights. You know, under common law as the living woman, you know, and not the legal fiction as apparently this magistrates court letter. I don't really know what it is, but that was 24 hours of horrific torture, assault, physical, psychological. It would test someone who doesn't suffer with their mental health. That's what I'm trying to say. No one should ever have to go through any of this. I shouldn't be in this position. But I am too scared just to go back to the room to see if my things are in there. This is what anxiety is doing, and I can't even speak to the doctors because the doctor just I live streamed being attacked in September, and the police said, oh yeah, she's left blood on the door, and I got my laptop and I filmed them, and I never got out in the early hours to get the Sopiclone to help me with my sleep, and that was in the early hours. And I left a message for Councillor Stephen Holt, and he didn't seem very interested. Well, no, because I think I've still got the text message he sent me. Call law enforcement. I can't get involved when he actually has a duty to stop and correct this. And I passed him over to my lady witness friend, and no, he was just not interested. He was almost running away from me. And that was in Tesco's. It's so disgusting that you know, this is, I'm not asking for anyone to do anything big for me. This is basic stuff. We're talking about my human rights. It's very serious. My civil liberties and my human rights. And I'm sorry, I know you've already heard this before in the last phone call that I made to you, but I'm being polite about it because I'm hiding my anger. I'm just hiding all my anger and disgust. Stephen Lloyd office treated me like dirt. The women that worked in the office shouting down the phone at me when I rang on behalf of myself and an old lady. It's just a real eye opener into how much people just don't care, you know. I mean, I know I'm ringing on behalf of myself, but I'm sure there are a lot of people with similar circumstances. Obviously, you know, there are so many homeless people dying on the streets, but you know, it's just basic stuff. I just wanted to make sure that at this point in time that they can keep a hotel room for me because I don't know how long this is going to go on for. As it is, I've been feeling extremely suicidal. Well, that's my mental health anyway, but I'm forcing myself to just sort of keep going. But obviously a lot of this is my anxiety speaking as well. Yeah, it's just very stressful. I just as I said, my lady friend said she would go to the room with me to check on the things, but I never heard back from Emmanuel. And St Mary's House, you know, this is the place that I was under when my mother was dying of cancer, and they forced me to sign a homeless application form 6 days before she died. And they tell the trustees of my late mother's estate that that I don't engage. When I say trustees, I'm not a rich person, by the way. I don't have capital, but one of the retired trustees had to explain that to Legal Aid. But I had problems. I've had problems with them as well. I mean, I to this day, I never went through things in my late mother's flat, and things that were meant to come to me didn't, because of my middle sibling. And I believe one of the trustees threatened me with police because of the lies of the police and adult social care saying I don't engage. You know, I was dragged into that building in handcuffs. How can that be normal? To then be sectioned and then to be arrested out of there in handcuffs is not normal. To be dragged into a building that has failed you when your soulmate mother was dying of cancer. I've even been bullied out of St Wilfrid's Hospice by the care coordinator, Ella Williams. And I was there not for anyone else, but the nurses who nursed my late mother. I've been treated like a piece of dirt that you're trying to scrape off the back of your shoe. And I am holding Eastbourne Borough Council, Sussex Police, Sussex Partnership, and St Mary's House responsible for their personal failings towards me. Unfortunately, Caroline Ansell has been complicit in this, and I've been given the name of a candidate who wants to take over from her. I can't remember which party it is, but saying she's not in it for the people of Eastbourne, she's in it for her party, for the Tories. So yeah, and she's had an opportunity. I mean, I saw her on the night shelter, and that time when she knelt down to me as if I was a 3-year-old, and I told the people, I said, I do not want to speak to her. But when I've reached out for support when I've needed it, and then I've had an email saying the usual, I can't, whereas as opposed to I will try and do my best, it's been fobbing off. I will get the head of adult social care, what Mark Stanton. It was the same nonsense when Stephen Lloyd was in office, and I had the same rudeness, bullying and belligerence. I've been bullied away from the Eastbourne People's Assembly. When I spoke out in front of David Tutt and Councillor Alan Shuttleworth, Stephen Holt took over from Alan Shuttleworth, and they still don't care. They don't like me because I'm telling the truth. They just say, why don't you move out of Eastbourne? I can barely function. The fact that I'm up right now and not wearing my dressing gown, which most of my live streams I've been making in my dressing gown, barely able to, you know, I don't take drugs or drink, or smoke, so I've got nothing to get, you know, off my head on, because I don't poison my body. I'm just trying to be a healthy person and to be heard. And I've just been shut down by. Yeah, sorry. I know I didn't want to go sort of rambles off topic so much, but it's all relevant to the same things. So it's just those two things that I am really the two main things that I'm phoning up about are my concerns about not having my room or a room available for me, and obviously my possessions at the property, which someone from adult social care was meant to accompany me with. I know I've got my lady friend, I refer to her as my lady witness friend. It's just those two main concerns that I'm concerned about. Yeah, I've got someone on the live stream saying, "Don't apologise, you need help as well." Thank you very much. This is someone who from Wales who's been a victim of police corruption. So thank you to them, because the thing is, I'm always saying sorry, but I've never ever once had an apology from the perpetrators. I mean, I say sorry when I don't really mean it. It's more of a sort of a nervous thing. But even though I am genuinely sorry that I made you late for your appointment, if you see what I mean. Yeah, so sorry, I've done so much. I'm saying sorry again. I've done so much talking. It's anxiety. But yeah, the main two things I'm concerned about are keeping a room here in the hotel, which the person I spoke to on the desk, he's sort of not giving me a firm answer to that. He's saying, "Oh, you've got loads of time, the 18th." I said, "That's less than 2 weeks." I said, "I just need you I need to be sure that you're going to have a room available for me, because I shouldn't be having to self-fund a hotel. This is a council issue, and I'm trying to get legal help with, I've got legal, I need to get the documents that they require before they can intervene with the council. I've got to go to the room to find my passport." But I'm just feeling, the stress is the worry. It's the worry and the stress. It's just the worry and the stress. Because, as I said, in previous temporary accommodations, I've had loss and damage to my possessions, and in that awful place at 44 Cavendish Place, where that evil mother and daughter knew that I had an NHS acute OCD. This is an actual disability. This is that they added other people's clutter to, because I told them I had a clutter problem, and I'm paying storage for this, for other people's rubbish, where I found an incontinence pad and a hospital towel thrown in with my possessions before they changed the locks in February 2018, and I went up to Beachy Head when it started to snow, and guess who was there? PC Franklin Lester. PC Scott Franklin Lester. And those possessions that I'm paying storage for, I don't have access to, because they are in Hailsham, and I don't drive. Because the people who own the storage unit have moved to Hailsham. So I've got stuff everywhere, and I am really worried about the possessions in my room at I don't want to say really give the address, because I'm live streaming this, but where my room is, I'll just say that I'm really concerned about my possessions. in the room. I just it's just causing me a lot of anxiety. I'm trying not to think about it. But this was something that the out of hours duty social worker AMP Emmanuel Anjanian, I've written it down because I received an email from him, but no one, as I said, he visited me here at the hotel, but no one has been out to the room with me to assist me. And as I said, I don't want to put the stress on Juliet, my lady witness friend, because she's still, she's. I'm not a medical person, unfortunately. I don't mean to sound ignorant, but I still don't. I didn't know really anything about my late mother's cancer, but Juliet is still going to see an oncologist, and and she's got her problems, and I feel awful texting her, oh, I'm feeling suicidal and all of this sort of thing, because it's very, very difficult. It's very difficult. The relationship with my partner has just been in tatters. It's I know I probably told you this in my last phone call, that we've both had stitches because of me, where he snatched a knife from me and I stabbed myself. He told me that 5 years ago, Caroline Ansell, he was in the library, Eastbourne Library, and Caroline, he got very angry with Caroline because she didn't want to meet me, because in her own words, she said that people with mental health issues, it was similar to what Stephen Lloyd said, they're dangerous. And yet it's ironic that she was happy to visit a man who apparently threatened to stab her if she stopped her benefits or something. That was about 3 years ago. But she doesn't want to meet a vulnerable, bereaved. She's supposed to be a Christian. I mean, the number of people that say they're Christians, but well, I've had some nasty experiences with people who say they're Christians. Sometimes they're the most abusive people. But yeah, no, I'm telling it how it is, and I'm sick to death of it. I'm sick to death of being polite to people and being treated like you wouldn't treat an animal. I wouldn't treat an animal how I've been treated. I've been treated like a piece of dirt. It's just, there are no words. It's just evil. It's evil. It's just evil. I'm sorry, my emotions are coming out right now. I'm saying sorry again. Someone in the comments saying don't apologize, but that's something I do. But yeah, no, I just, so yeah, just to finish, end the phone call, just to say, it's just these, as I said, it's two things that are concerning me, is keeping a room in the hotel at the basic cheap rate, because I've been funding this hotel for 4 months now, and just I've got quite a lot of possessions in that room at the property. So it's just those two things that are concerning me, basically. So that's it.
Well, I certainly can understand you being concerned about those things. I just once again want to say how sorry I am to hear about everything you've been through. But I think in regards to those issues, they are probably best sort of raised with adult social care, who are the sort of best placed people to assist. Now, I realise that you've not had the best experience with them in the past, but in terms of whether a hotel
under, yeah, I know it's just under the circumstances. I'm not here for a holiday. I'm funding this hotel as I have done for the past few years, whilst the council have made me, as a constituent, I've been forced to sleep rough, and I've been spending thousands of pounds of severe disability pay. I mean, I've been so ill. I couldn't, in the last few nights. I've just been getting takeaways because I just couldn't. I couldn't get myself up to do. It's very draining, Just trying. I mean, obviously with mental health anyway, but just when you've fought so hard to just get nowhere, ringing people up, emailing, every avenue that I have tried and been blocked. I just feel that what is Caroline Ansell there for then, if she's not there to serve us constituents? What
She's certainly always happy to do her best to assist, but she's best placed to raise issues, with government departments, with ministers, in that respect.
Yeah.
But we can speak to whichever contacts that Caroline's got to hopefully see if they are able to assist in your case. Although you did say earlier that you tried to contact Councillor Holt, I believe it was, who
not interested. Not interested.
The person sort of best placed to.
Sorry, he's not interested.
As it is sort of Eastbourne Borough Council matter. So yeah, he really probably should be interested. It's as I said, more sort of his area. But I'm sorry you've had that experience with him.
Yeah, as I said, he wasn't interested. I left it. Councillor Stephen Holt. I would like to say to you, he took over from the head of housing cabinet for community, and Alan Shuttleworth, who wasn't interested when I was at the property where I had that horrific experience, where I was speaking on behalf of other people who were a Filipino couple, one of whom was on steroids because of bed bugs. The leaks, everything, and I had fraudulent Section 184s typed up by a housing officer who now works in Sainsbury's. Now, Councillor Stephen Holt is still Cabinet for Community, and his face was on a leaflet at the property that's got a terrible reputation, where I've recorded neighbours complaining, and my lady witness friend is a visitor to the Riverbourne house where they complained. And her friend at the Riverbourne house, actually, and you can laugh if you like, she gave me a disguise while I was being terrorised. Not that her lady friend has worked in adult social care, and she gave me a disguise. But I mean, I don't want to say anything. Obviously, she was doing the best she could, but it wasn't going to sort of obviously solve the problem. Giving me a disguise, it might have looked rather comical to anyone else, but while I was being terrorized in my own, I would probably feel safer in a prison. Not that I've ever been to prison, but this is council accommodation. I mean, I'm talking about being terrified for my life, and the police arresting me for doing what they told me to do, which was to record antisocial behaviour. Now, if Councillor Stephen Holt, if he is not going to do anything, and he wasn't showing an interest in what me or Juliet were saying, he was practically running away from me, and I was the one who was nervous to approach him. I was the one who was nervous approaching him, and he didn't even want to touch my phone. So, it's just, yes, I'm reading the comments. I'm reading the comments now. Yes, I know they'll make room for. I probably won't be allowed to say that, but yes, well, we know that illegal immigrants are coming over here, and they don't have to prove their citizenship or anything like that. I'm a constituent, and I've got to go back to my council accommodation that I'm too afraid to go back to, where the neighbours, I've recorded them saying the place has got a terrible reputation, had my window smashed. They were basically smashing the place up and assaulting people. Do whatever they like, and nobody cares. And these are public order offences. This is illegal criminal activity in council accommodation. And I should not be having to self-fund this hotel for my safety that I've been in for 4 months, funding with disability back pay, and but they want to move me out of this room because they want the bit to put the BBC up in here, because obviously, well, whilst I understand, obviously, I understand where they're coming from, but it's not my fault that I'm in this position. This is the fault of Eastbourne Borough Council. This is the fault of Eastbourne Borough Council, not me, and the members of the council. And Caroline Ansell has been complicit in those failings.
Well, we certainly will speak to the council and try our best in that regard.
Thank you.
But I do feel that is probably the most we can do, as we are not best placed in your situation. But we're certainly willing to do whatever we can to assist you.
Yes, thank you.
So that's what we will do from our end. I once again will say how sorry I am to hear everything you've been through. I do unfortunately need to go now, but I hope the rest of your day goes well, and hopefully your situation improves soon.
Yes, thank you. Well, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you. I will say though, you did say, I mean, in the last phone call that we had, you said that you would. Sorry, I can't remember your exact words. I did so much talking, but you said that you would contact, someone high up in the police. I don't know who exactly you were referring to, but the thing is, and I don't mean this rudely, I'm just being honest. I've had so many failings, and I said Caroline Ansell, she just sends these emails, I'll do this and that, and you never, it's cheap words. So you can see why people, I mean, I was there at the Lamb Inn about 5 years ago, before I was put through this torture, and people were getting so fed up, and I actually went up to her and approached her, and that was before as I said, my hell had really begun, because I've seen what actually goes on firsthand. I have seen and experienced what goes on firsthand behind the scenes. I would not feel safe putting an animal, any animal, in one of these accommodations because of the individuals, what goes on, and some of the things I've seen and experienced are disgusting beyond words. And then I've recorded the staff being abusive to me, as well as the police. And then it's very frightening to be on the street in your dressing gown. This is how I met Juliet, my witness, who is going to an oncologist because she's still not out of the woods yet. That's how I met her. I was literally in my dressing gown saying, someone help me, please. 2 people came up to me. 2 members of the public came up to me, and she was one of them. That it's like a prayer. It's like a prayer had been answered.
I am very, very sorry to hear that.
Sorry.
But, as I said before, we certainly from our end will do all we can to assist. I would recommend to you to once again try contacting the council to raise these issues. And I am unfortunately going to have to go now just because I've got a meeting I need to be in. But it's been very good to talk to you.
Thank you.
And I do wish you well with the rest of your day. But
yes, thank you.
for phoning.
Well, I tell you what, there are people in the comments, thankfully, that are I won't use the language that they're using, but my power just cut out. Bugger. Sorry, bugger. I was going to say to him that because I was concentrating on what but yeah, they do fuck all. Excuse. Yeah, I there's language I could use that language. They really have. I'm being nice to these people who are responsible for my for probably, well, everyone's failings, but I'm speaking just for myself. But yeah, that counts as Stephen Holt. But they really are I mean, Alan Shuttleworth, he said to me, he said, teaching's my profession. I'd already spoken to him at the Eastbourne People's Assembly. Yeah, they want my room for the BBC, because the BBC will be paying more for this room than I will. Oh, bloody thing. Sorry, this thing. But I've been funding this room for 4 months for my safety because I'm homeless. But the BBC will pay more for it. Do pass it on. I shouldn't have to be in this hotel. The council should have housed me, and then I wouldn't be making these videos. Plug in your phone and call him back. Not just no, I'm doing that. Yes, sorry. My battery ran out. I think the BBC have got an agenda to defend themselves, so they won't be tied to the public. And yes, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I'm aware of Alex Bennett. Oh, sorry. Hello.
Willington.
Oh.
We're sorry that no one is able to take your call.
I'll have to leave a voice message. I'll leave a voice message.
Please call the Eastbourne Community Hub on 01323 679.
I'm not in a. I'll answer that in a minute.
Willington, Chevington, Wannock, or Polegate, please call the Wilden Community Hub on 01323 443322. You may also like to email Caroline at caroline.ansell.mp@parliaments.uk. Alternatively, please leave your phone number, your name, and a short message, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
So I just leave a message. Hello, David. It's Bryony again. Sorry, my battery cut out. I've just plugged it back in. It's just one thing after another. But thank you. Yes, please. If I don't hear from you, then I expect that you will do what you suggested. But I absolutely agree with the comments in the live stream that you know, about the BBC and members of the council. I won't use the language, but I use that language in secret myself. Yeah, they don't give a what's it. Yeah. But I'm being extremely polite. I'm sure you can understand. But your number came up and straight to voicemail, politician. Yes. Well, anyway, but you know, as I am reaching out, and I think if someone is reaching out as a constituent, especially given what they've been through, they have some duty towards us, because I'm not here for fun. I'm using severe disability, and the law firm cannot contact the council until I've got a passport and all these documents. But if I was an illegal immigrant, I wouldn't have to do that, because they'd put me up in a plush hotel in Richmond, is what I'm reading in the mainstream media. And the BBC want my room for a higher rate. But I'm here. I was born in this country, and I'm.
To save message, press 0.
Well,
to repeat recording, press 1. Thank you for calling the office of Caroline Ansell, Member of Parliament for East.
I don't know if it saved the
We're
message.
sorry that no one is able to take your call at the moment.
Might have to do it
If
again.
you require urgent assistance and you live within Eastbourne, please call the Eastbourne Community Hub on 01323
Oh,
879 722. If you live in Willington, Chevington,
let's start that again.
please call the Wilden Community Hub on 01323 44.
Oh yeah, no, I think I did say thank you, didn't I? I'll say thank you again.
Caroline.ansell.mp@parliament.uk. Alternatively, please leave your phone number, your name, and a short message, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, David. It's Bryony speaking. Sorry, I don't know if you got that message. I said that the phone cut out because of my battery. I was just going to say thank you very much for saying what you said you'd do, but I know it cut out. Yeah, so I'll just leave it at that, because I know it's when one's emotional and angry, it could go on forever and ever and never stop. But it is serious. I have been struggling at a basic rate that even people who suffer with mental health don't understand. I'm on my own dealing with this. I'm a constituent. And I read in the mainstream media that illegal immigrants are being put up in plush hotels in Richmond. But if the BBC want my room to fund it at a high rate, and I'm only here due to circumstances, I've got to prove my citizenship with a passport that I don't have before the law firm can intervene with the council under legal aid. So, I'm funding this hotel with severe back pay of severe disability. I've spent thousands of pounds on these hotels whilst trying to keep myself off the street. And, it's illegal what the council have done to me, and the police, Sussex Police. So I would appreciate if you could just pass all of this on to Caroline. Thank you. But I appreciate you'll do what you can. Thank you very much. Thank you.
To save message, press 0. To repeat message saved.
I think I was all right. I think I did all right. Yeah, but Vote Britain. Sorry, I didn't read all the comments. There is not one instance where your local councillor has helped anyone ever. They get voted in and sit back and rake the backhanders. It is. It's what Yvonne Taylor said, something about hush hush money. They don't. I was bullied away from Eastbourne People's Assembly before I went through all of this homeless discharging of duty. It is Luciferian. It is evil, and I wish actually I'd said a prayer. Abba Yahweh, just please pray for me, keep that hedge of protection. But for anyone who's saying, "White Bryony, why don't you move out of Eastbourne?" Well, the Beachy Head chaplain said that, and I've had enough of it. They want to bully me out of Eastbourne. I don't drive. This is what I was saying. If you'd listened to, I don't mean this rudely, of course, but if you'd listened to my phone call, that video where I explained about my disability, it's an NHS disability. It's what the food bank advocate said that I have, which I already know I have, hoarding and clutter. And I've got stuff in Hailsham I can't get to because that evil bitch of excuse my French, I don't usually use bad language, but this is how evil people have been, because it'll be on the record, it's on my channel. That evil landlady and daughter. And I told the woman that my mother had died and no one had helped me. And she was like, oh dear, you poor thing. And I said that I had a clutter problem. That wasn't a go-ahead for her to add to all my clutter. I spoke on behalf of a Filipino couple, one of whom was on steroids because of bed bugs. She showed me the sores all over her naked body. Maybe in their culture, they're not embarrassed to show their naked bodies. There was a junkie who left his drugs lying around. He left the kitchen in the most disgusting state you couldn't imagine. I'd mop the floor and he'd walk all over the floor in muddy boots. Whether it was deliberate or not, I don't know. But I complained about leaks. I complained about everything. What do? They change the locks, and I go up to Beachy Head and it starts snowing. I go up there with a duvet and PC Scott, Frank and Lester is there. I don't drive. I don't have friends or family to help me. I got stuff everywhere. And this is what happens when people think they can do whatever they want. But don't worry, because eternity is a long time dead. And that is why I'm still here. People saying, oh, she's a Christian. It doesn't mean anything. Like it didn't mean anything with Caroline Stevens, who talked me out of suicide, then threatened me. And people say, oh, she's a Fruit Loop. And Angela Power Disney. I'm sick to death of covert narcissists. I'm sick of them. I'm absolutely sick of them. So, yeah, I am absolutely I was brought up very middle class, but I've got working class thinking and a working class mouth on me that people who don't know me wouldn't know about, because I do the Princess Diana, and behind closed doors, I've got a mouth like a real, it's really, real gutter snipe thing, but oh dear. Oh, well, I've got working class blood in me as well, so I suppose it's that as well. Thank you very much, Brian. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at all your comments. Your number, so I'm gonna just your number came up and straight to voicemail. Politicians, he'll be sat reading The Sun and drinking latte. Yes, you should always say thank you. Yes, there is not one instance where your local councillor has helped anyone ever. They get voted in and sit back and rake it. Yes, vote Britain, vote first. Vote Voati. Sorry, what's Voati? Take our country back. Force these councillors and police to serve and protect British people. Yes. First Voati. I don't know what that is. Take our country back. Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah. This is what I was saying. They're public servants, and they're supposed to serve Crown and people. But this man, I need to contact him. This candidate from which party is it? Lib Dems or something. And he's saying that it was something about Caroline Ansell. she's in it for herself and her party and the Tories. That something about she expects the elderly to pay for care or something, and he's, you know, but she doesn't care about the people. She doesn't care about us constituents. You know that I was banned, right? I was banned from the Eastbourners, right? Can someone do me a favour? Can someone go on the Eastbourners Facebook page and say, there's a woman who was blocked because there was a thread up where they were talking about these dear God awful places. I don't even want to go near the bloody road. And one woman said, I lived in Eastbourne for 50 years, my childhood and everything, and I've moved away. I'd be too, she said, I'd be too scared to go back to Eastbourne. And I was blocked from the Eastbourners Facebook page because I joined the thread and I said these awful places I was in. Do you know who runs the Eastbourners Do you know who's one of the moderators of the Eastbourners Facebook page? The owner of Crown Antiques. So I popped a little note through the door as a very polite sort of fingers up. So I know how to go about things. But I'm definitely my mother's daughter. My mother travelled the world in the 50s and 60s, and she lived in different countries. And she said, this country, people moan, but people don't do anything. I'm not going to have people make me feel bad about my mental health. I've had that. I already feel that shame. I mean, Adamant wrote to me when he made the Channel 4 documentary, Madness of Prince Charming. First words, I know that he might be an MK Ultra victim, and his dad was in the paedophile sort of Dolphin Square thing, and he's a Freemason, and his dad was a Freemason. Adamant's mum actually sewed a sleeve of the Queen's wedding dress, and my mum painted a picture of the Queen on her coronation, sent it to her, and her lady in waiting sent it back. Just thought I might throw that in. My mum and my sister are very artistic, but Adamant, he wrote to me saying I was into Adamant, and he said, do not feel ashamed of mental health and all that. And he sent me parcels and bits. And yeah, anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in. But I'm now fighting back. I will die telling the truth. You know what I mean? I mean, Beachy Head is up the road, but I will die telling the truth for what these bastards have done to me. I'm being the real Bryony right now. No makeup on, looking like shite, feeling like shite, and talking like a gobshite, and just using bad language in the way that I feel better. You're very resilient, so move to Scotland like me, mate. Sorry, I haven't read all your... Sorry, you did very well, Bryony. Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you. How to kill bed bugs. Dog flea spray, £27 from the vet. Well, thanks. Yeah. I think, though, when you're in accommodation like that, though, it's their duty. They have to... It's awful, though. You have to... And if you've got OCD, oh, fucking hell, you know, you have to... Everything has to be stripped off. Clothes, bed, anything that's touched the bed, anything that's near the bed, it's hell. Absolute hell. I had them crawling on me. And so to have OCD, these people they don't care about people. They don't care about anyone, and they've got no sense of reality. You know what? I was blocked from... to do me a favour, would you? Go on the Eastbourners Facebook page, would you? And say, why mention that I was blocked from speaking about the accommodations. And I was blocked from commenting from Councillor Stephen Holt's Facebook page, because he had time to mess about with something in his mouth. And on a lad's night out, he was just acting. And someone said, "Oh, you're a man of God." I said, "Which God?" Seriously. You know, I can understand if people are overwhelmed with stress. Bryony, I used to live in Sheppey. What a place. I can't tell you how good it was to breathe the fresh air of Scotland, freedom, etc. Oh, how lovely. Are you from Scotland, Brian? I love the countryside. I love nature. I'm a nature person. I mean, believe me, I'd be going for walks along the seafront if I wasn't stressed out. But sorry, I go back to where I've lived with people like that, shared a kitchen and toilet. They were filthy because no one would clean up. Oh, I can't stand it. But I found human feces in the bin as well. I don't like sharing anyway. But you know, the council should have put me up in my own place by now. But I in order to get this law firm to help me, I've got to prove that I was born in this country. I've got to get a passport. But illegal immigrants can be come over in a dinghy and be put up in a plush hotel. Really? It just makes my blood boil. This is a tiny island. I said this to my mother about 2 decades ago, my late mother, and she agreed with me. And this is why she wanted to live and stay at sea, because this country is a shithole. Sorry, I'm not sorry. This is the way I've been brought up, and I've been treated worse than the scumbags. It feels so good to tell the truth, though. I mean, I didn't even say this, right? The other night, I mean, maybe they weren't homeless because they were paying more than I was, £62 a night. And she was telling the man on the desk to shove the heater up his arse because he wouldn't take it up the stairs. Now, that is rude, obviously. But oh gosh, if you knew how it was a few years ago, I really can't stress enough, you know, the psychological. I would find it easier to climb Mount Everest, and I'm not joking. I think I'd find a physical. Sometimes there are times when I think, and blow me down if I say this, but sometimes I think a physical illness or a terminal illness would be easier for me. I've wanted to swap places with my late mother. I know how terrible that sounds, but what these bastards have done to me, I can't tell you. To do this to someone who's already traumatized and bereaved. Women aren't reporting rape. I did. I said, go on, take the clothes, take me to the rape victim centre, shove that where you need to shove it, get a swab, do it, have it done. And they did. And I could even laugh about it. I can't laugh about what the police have done. They have totally and utterly ruined me because they are nothing but a bunch of idiots and cowards. They are not out there dealing with the criminals. That's why I'm here, for my safety. Sorry, I just get so... I've been so quiet, suffering in silence these past few nights. I'm just reading, talking and reading. Britain First Party. Britain First. I've heard of that. So there's a lot. You have to get them where it what would really annoy them. And I think it would be if I was to contact that new candidate. Well, I made contact with him on Facebook, but I didn't hear back. Halton have had the same councillor for over 40 years. No one's ever seen him. Halton. I'm going to have to write all of this down. Which god? Every country has its own god. Well, I'm thinking because Councillor Stephen Holt was recently ordained, so if he's a Freemason, they have to. Well, we know about the Baphomet thing. It's satanic. It's Luciferian, and Christians on the lower levels don't realise, obviously, what they're really getting into. But apparently, I didn't know that they were that. Well, there's so many rooms in the House of Deception, but there was a man down here who said his dad was a Freemason for a while, and I did wonder. But the sun, they worship the sun as well, and the sun has got I don't know, the sun god. The sun has got, it begins with A. There are many different names they have for all these deities, but it's all in the one. Many rooms in the house of the Luciferian deception. So whatever. I mean, you could be an atheist like Ricky Gervais, but they've still got to worship a god. I agree that the UK is a poo hole. Yeah, sorry about my language. Born here to feel like foreigner. Yeah. But yes, Edinburgh. But I moved there and had to move back years later because of my sister's illness during her pregnancy. Oh, you're from Edinburgh, Brian. Sorry, but you moved there and had to move back years later because of your sister's illness during her pregnancy. All right, okay. They forced her to give birth early, and the boy had Asperger's due to early birth. Oh, all right, okay. Can that is that what early birth can cause then? I didn't know that. Oh. But I moved there and had to. Okay. I live in a nice flat now, Michael. Quiet area and close to the train station, so I can get the train to Wales. We've got 2 people from Wales here. Close to the train station, so I can get the train to Wales to our caravan whenever I want, when they reopen in March until December. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, sorry, no, you're not from Wales. So you can get the train to Wales. You've got a caravan in Wales. Oh, okay, thank you. Right. They reopen in March. That's nice. I live in a. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading the same thing again. Let it all out, Bryony. We're here to listen. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, sometimes I have to read over things to. I don't know, it didn't go quite straight into my brain properly. We need to stop all avenues of revenue going to them, as they not going to listen while they got wages. Yes. Yeah. But I think the only way to hit them where it hurts is to, you know, I think I should contact this man. I haven't done it yet, but I do need to contact him. It's just too much stress. I mean, this is a time of my life I should be settled down, but you know, I've got too many problems that people, you know, everyone's different and people don't understand my problems because, you know, when my mother died, I was left all alone and I was left with these issues, but discriminated because of my class and my upbringing. I don't know. They just don't like you telling the truth. They don't like you telling. I've been lucky with rent, electricity. When I moved in, the landlord told me to pay £10 a month for lecky. Oh, that was 7 years ago, and £7 a month water. Unfortunately, my landlord died a few years back. Wow. Gosh, that's amazing. Was that in a? But was that in a room or a? I mean, even for a room, that's amazing. But I'm still paying the same to the landlady. Oh, so the landlady's kept it the same. Oh, that's amazing. Well, whereabouts if you don't mind me asking, whereabouts do you live? I just did a quick Google. Is it Azizel? Oh, what the sun god thing? It didn't sound like that. Don't think it had a Z in it. I can't remember. There's so many different names for the sun god thing. I suppose in different cultures they've got different names for. If a woman gives birth early, the chances of autism and such things are higher, Bryony, as the baby's brain is not fully developed yet. That makes sense. Yeah. I just didn't know. I didn't know that. That makes sense. It's a flat, 1 living room, 1 bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Cheshire. Oh, isn't Cheshire a bit like where I was born, Bucks? Is that one of the affluent counties? Well, every county has its affluent area, but isn't that where am I right in thinking Cheshire is where some of the rich and famous like to live? I don't know. I thought Cheshire was the one that. Yeah, okay. I say hi, but I love looking into the Freemason stuff as they like looking into us. Yeah, me too. Oh, heavily into it. Yes. So many. I've had to take a step back from it all though because of all the over the past 5 years. It's overwhelming once you go down. It's addictive to go all down these rabbit holes and get lost in it. But you know, it's the tree of knowledge, isn't it? It's just endless. And man in science, he wants to own everything. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm not interested now. As I've learned with Hoaxed, and I don't know why I'm Hoaxed. If you saw my last live stream, Hoaxed, Angela Power Disney, and Andy Devine and all that lot. It's like, and Jeanette Archer and even John Wedger. I mean, there'll be credibility with a lot of people, but not everything. Don't believe everything that one person says, because you will fall into the traps that I have, and you will be, if you're extremely vulnerable like me, you'll fall into a cult without even realizing it. I called Andy Devine brother. I even said, who is he? Oh, he's your brother. So that the police would pass me over so he'd help me. but he can't be trusted. And it's not just me that said that. And I just, as I said, and I'm not going to keep repeating it, but these people are not the nice people that I thought they were. And there's a big question mark over, did they have some involvement, even if it's just a tiny bit of influence in what happened to me. And there's absolutely no way that their behaviour towards me was peculiar and nasty, unwarranted, didn't make sense in the end. And how could the staff have known who John Alexander Patterson was? How did they know about my live streams? I did not tell those idiots from Charles Lucas Property Management, which is the room where my stuff is, about my videos. But before they left, they were like, it was like, oh, I know about your live streams. Oh, John Patterson, isn't he an idiot? No, he said, oh, what a nutcase. Excuse me. And the other one was like, oh, you're a fucking, sorry. You're a fucking, so I can't say it. What was it? You're a fucking spastic. Yeah, how nice. And that is an advert for A&A Contractors. Yes. Oh, God. And there he was saying, you're ruining our livelihood. They were as demented as the licensees that they were encouraging to bully me and attack me and assault me. A&A Contractors and Charles Lucas Property Management. Yeah, you know about my live streams. Woohoo! Yeah. Oh, God. It's good to laugh, isn't it? It's good to laugh. Sorry, I just... hi, Crinkle Baby. I would reveal more, but the powers that be are nosy gets... I know. You would know more about it than I do. Where's that comment gone? I live 7 miles from Liverpool, 5 miles from Warrington, and 8 miles from Chester. I'm in the middle, lol. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no, I understand. Oh, gosh. Well, everything I've said about myself, this is what I mean. So it wouldn't surprise me if you know, given what I've just said, how could they have known who John Patterson was? How could they have known about my live streams if Andy Devine and that lot? Even if my partner was emotionally abusing me, and it doesn't make sense anyway. But Bryony has the... oh, yeah, all right then. Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to be serious here, but yeah. Okay, thank you. Hey up, here's Crinkle the Troll, lol. Yeah, well. Yeah, I've already made it clear that, you know, you're not exactly going to manage to flatter me if you support illegal immigrants coming over here and you're trying to chat me up. And yet I was born in this country. I'm self-funding this hotel for my safety. I've been forced to sleep rough. I've been put through all this torture. And I have got to go and find a passport. What if I didn't have a passport? I don't have any photo ID to prove I was born in this effing, frigging, fecking, fucking country. Sorry, I don't usually swear, but if you're going to chat me up and you think you're obviously going to rub someone up the wrong way, given all the experiences that I've been documenting in my live streams, it's kind of taking the piss. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't swear, but you know, but I'm at that point now where I'm old enough and ugly enough to actually tell people, well, you know, it's like a kick in the teeth would be less insulting than chatting me up. Do you know what I mean? Given everything that I'm talking about, but yeah, okay. You're more likely. I'm more likely. I'm going to be more attracted to someone who's on the same wavelength as me, who doesn't talk. And I am being polite here. I'm being very, very polite. John Wedger, he's the whistle-blowing cop, isn't he? Yes, apparently he works for, he's part of MI5, but he's a whistleblower. He's a Scotland Yard whistleblower. Was he on the documentary Masonic Paedophiles Run UK? Please, I don't know, but I'm absolutely fascinated. I mean, his face, he looks like someone who's had a lot of stress. I mean, people are saying, oh, he's a shill, but it's funny how the people that are shills are saying he's a shill. Do you know what I mean? So, I find it very fascinating. And he's the one who said about the Green Man. And I've got to get rid of that Green Man, because that Green Man that I've got from the Herstmonceux Medieval Festival is so evil. It's so satanic, because there are certain Satanists who wear the Green Man and go into a forest and they get boys, strip them naked, and they hunt them and either bugger them or sodomize them or and or murder them. And they wear the Green Man thing. And he actually said that the thong from the leather thong from the pendant burnt into his hand because of the powers. It actually burnt like an electric shock because of the evil energies. So yeah, I have him to thank for that, because he's also proved that my partner was absolutely right. My partner came into my life and something changed spiritually. He eventually came into the flat where all the hoarding and clutter was. And here's the joke that I've made, all my crap and everything, very distressing. And he picks up I had a tiny Green Man token thing. I had a bigger one and a tiny one. And he said, "That's not good." And at that point, I felt like strangling him and saying, "What are you talking about? Look at what's in front of you. All my hoarding and clutter up to here." And he's just picked up this tiny thing, but he was right. Absolutely right. And he knew that without the internet. So there you go. So this is what I mean. John Wedger and all these people, I'm not going to knock them all because I've never met them. But if something's not right about a woman who says, "Stop effing hounding people," when I've asked about that Herald article that I've been blocked from seeing, and then starts attacking me with these narcissistic comments, and then I take a different approach to Hoaxstead, which is the evil satanic enemy, because actually what they're saying is evil. Maybe not all those people are wrong, because I've taken a different approach. Not everything is black and white, because people are saying Angela Power, Disney is this and that. Well, actually, yes, because I've experienced it for myself and Andy Devine. It's like, thank you and F you. Well, thank you very much. How nice was that? Not that I actually had an F you, but the language that Andy Devine used down the phone to me when he was supposed to be helping me with one of the most frightening things that has ever happened to me. This One of the most frightening things that ever happened to me. I'm covering up my address. Do you know I've been to prison? And what's that about those dictaphone recordings? Did they know you were? I thought, what's he going on about? And these were people I trusted. There are a lot of vulnerable people in this community of truthers. Excuse me. Henry Crinkle, stop it, please. Be nice and not so condescending to people. You can do it. Thank you, Brian. Old Oak Hoaxted were right about Andy Devine and Angela Power Disney and Wedger. Well, yeah, I don't know about John Wedger. I don't. And it's really sad about John Patterson, threatening something about the emails. And well, Old Oak, you said that John Patterson threatened you. This is where it's very difficult for me, because I met John Patterson in the psychiatric unit, and I take people at face value. I wasn't in there because I'm deluded. I'm bereaved. I've got trauma. I'm a normal person with mental health. I'm not an idiot or anything. And he affirmed me, John Patterson. I'm really sorry that you've had those experiences. And I've got to be really careful here, because I've sort of like got to protect myself. And do you know what I mean? He's fighting something, and I think his tears were, from what I saw, I felt his tears were real. And his partner said, "You can't go on like this." Oh, but I've got to do this. And I saw the paperwork he showed me. So I kind of got to be careful, because I was arrested out of there. I was dragged in handcuffs in there and arrested out of there. And as I said to David, the caseworker for Caroline Ansell, I've still got the contacts of 2 BBC Panorama producers. And they want this hotel room for the BBC. And the BBC are who John Patterson are exposing, along with Sussex Police, along with child abuse. He's exposing everything, and he showed me these. It was paperwork that was written in legalese gibberish, and it was going into graphic detail about what had been done to a baby. I don't know if it was something to do with Nilu Berry, but he knew about NHS baby organs being sold on the NHS, being, and it's too much. He's a very, very intelligent man, but I feel he may have got involved, like a lot of people. Looking at the Hoaxted website, there are a lot of people who've ended up in prison. I mean, crumbs, I was threatened with prison. I don't know if other people, and this is where I've got to be very careful, without me realising, do you know what I mean? I'm the victim of corruption at a low level, and I've accidentally met this man, and Andy Devine. I'm being told, do you know Andy Devine came out of prison? He works for the police. Well, yes, I already knew that. Even though he told me that himself, I still already knew that. But I don't realise, because I'm vulnerable and naive, what that could mean. I don't know these things. I just think it's really sad. So I'm looking at things with a different perspective now. Not so much a different perspective. I've just got to be more, have discernment. But from my opinion, it seems that there are people who want to do good, who've got involved with with people who well, everyone's got a different agenda as well, haven't they? I mean, that chosen one that used to live here. Sorry, what used to live here? Last year I was raped in my accommodation. Oh gosh, you were raped. What, in temporary accommodation? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if I sound cold, but I don't mean to. What's when we're trying to spark up? Oh, I'm only having serious conversations here because it's not the time or place. Crinkle Chips. Thank you, Warrior Wales. Henry Crinkle. Yeah. Well, as Dan said, rather in a loving way, he said, we're all a bunch of plebs, but I'll get you some subs. I thought that was sweet. Crinkle, think Bryony got somebody, so back off. Thank you, Warrior Wales. Yeah, well, it's very painful. I'll just say that. It's very extremely delicate and painful if you've heard anything that I've been saying. He's my partner's extremely shy and delicate, but it's been extremely volatile, and there's a question over, well, it's that thing of the thing about the area of emotional abuse and stress can when you've got, as Councillor Alan Shuttleworth said, you've got peculiar circumstances, is what he said to Darren, but he wasn't bloody interested. They really are just filthy. The whole lot of them, everything that has been done to me, the fact that I'm still here and talking to you is survival. It really, I'm not just saying this. I'm putting on a show here. It's a real testament. I don't support that anymore. I would put machine guns in the cliffs. What? Don't support what? Sorry. It's okay, Bryony. Crinkle makes people swear. Well, I didn't mean to be rude. Crinkle is the same on Crime Bodge, trying to chat women up. Everyone blocks him. All right, thanks. Thank you for warning me, Michael, because I might have already. He's thankful that I haven't already blocked him. I don't go on Crime Bodge. I do. Thank you for warning me. Ugh. Crime Bodge wouldn't have you on top anyway, Crinkle. Sorry, everyone else I couldn't resist. Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can't understand whistleblowers getting committed for exposing these people. It just shows. I can't understand whistleblowers getting committed for exposing these people. It just shows. It goes right to the top, up to royalty, Charles Savile, Andrew Epstein, yeah, Queen and Phil Kamloops. Who's Phil Kamloops? Yeah, well, it's Carol Woods. You saw it, the social worker whistleblower. She seemed absolutely genuine. Apparently, she's a lovely lady, but I've been in the psychiatric unit, and they hate me because I was speaking out. I actually met a South African victim of satanic ritual abuse that a Freemason had put in there. And I believed her, just so you know. I personally, yes, they could be lying, but I believe. I'm just saying and I actually said to John Patterson, she's a victim of satanic. He said, I've never met a victim of satanic ritual abuse. And he said, no, neither have I. So we were both surprised. And this is the stuff that John Patterson was exposing. And this South African lady, she's very well spoken, in her 60s. And she said, oh, yes, the elite, they did that. And she said a Freemason from Lewis shoved her in there. because she was speaking out about something. And she's now an evangelistic Christian, but she was made to do these evil, disgusting, unthinkable things that involve the stuff of horror films. And there was a woman in there who, and I've got to be careful what I say, but victim of human trafficking, a lady in her 70s who's not English. I'll just say she's from another European country, and she was a Jehovah's Witness, and she was the owner of a letting agent or estate agent in Eastbourne. Owned this house that she was in where she was forced to have sex with animals and stuff, and I hadn't seen a person cry like that for a long time, except for myself. And I was like, there are people in there that shouldn't be in there, as John Patterson said, because they'd be like, I'm only in here because my mum got me in here, or a friend, someone that I don't even know got me in here because they were jealous. And I was like, what the fucking hell is going on? That was 2 years ago, 2019. I moved to Eastbourne. I've never had help with my mental health for 25 years. Look at me. They would want me to end up in vegetable, because that's what they want. It's what Darren said. It's about fear and control. They want me on their dangerous pharmaceuticals like that. That's what they want. Most people in my position end up lying in a ditch, alcoholics, taking drugs. I tell you what, I know what hellfire is. I'll just say that. And you really don't want to know what it is. And Adamant, when he wrote to me, and he's an MK Ultra victim, he is a practicing Satanist. You don't want to mess with these things, because I now know what he meant. Not just on a mental health bipolar level. I know what he meant when he said about demons. I know. I tell you, I had to pray so hard in that Serco truck, and this is why I want to speak to Dan. But anyway, they wanted to put me away. They wanted to disappear me. So when Old Oak, with all due respect, I wasn't sure how to take you, because you said that John Patterson is where he should be, in prison. Well, actually, no, he's been sectioned in a secure unit, and they've worn him down, apparently. He's been so worn down. But he asked Andy Devine to step down as his power of attorney. So I'm not going to listen to any one person, with all due respect, of course, because I don't, obviously, you know, I don't mean it rudely. I just have to sort of, I realised what happened to me. I had all these nutcases all around me. That is why I am self-funding this hotel, for my safety. I don't like being around people. I don't have friends, not because I'm a nutter, but because people take advantage. I want to be away from drama. I've got enough to deal with. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, anyway. I've only just learned that I'm a victim of child abuse, because it went back to when I was just little. Maybe, you know, just right at the start of my existence, because you're absorbing violence and you know, unfortunately, my late mother thought that the best thing to do was to perhaps spoil me, and as a single mother, but it covers up. You know, you become vulnerable to all these just, you know, Henry Crinkle, if you want Bryony's favour, do things for Bryony. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. You get it. You've got it. Don't speak at her. Thank you. Bless you. Yeah. I mean, I used to be one of those people who used to love catcalling, which is now a police offence. I mean, Dan made me laugh. Dan Pap, he made me laugh because he said I'd be really, you know, all these snowflakes and all that. There was a time when I used to get off on all of that cat calling and wolf whistling, woo. But and I would be thankful if someone did that to me in my old age. But I've matured now, so it's not gonna. Do you know what I mean? You know, the thinking woman's crumpet sort of thing. That's the kind of crumpet I'd like to be, if you know what I mean. So please don't do this. Thank you, Brian. Crinkle, as you're making yourself look foolish. Thank you. You're on my side. It's not about what you want, Henry Crinkle. Thank you. Bless you, Brian. You've got it. It's like, you know, I'm flattered, but it's that catch-22 and you get it. Thank you, Brian. Chosen one. Survived many suicide attempts last year. Oh, I'm sorry. Since moving to Handsworth, Birmingham. A complete, I'm guessing you mean, shithole. Gang stalking. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Gang stalking and the same people turning up at the same places I shop at. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know if I haven't. I don't know. I don't think when I said I don't know if I have had gang stalking. It's just what happened in these places. This and everything. I haven't had people like following me around or anything, as far as I'm aware. It's a small town and I see the same people, but what happened in these temporary accommodations, I think with what has happened, I think you could maybe class it as, but I'm really sorry that that's happened to you. Oh, bless you. Oh, well, Abba Yahweh, you know, just, you know, bless you and protect you. Old Oak, Hoaxstead is disbanded now. Oh, is it not running anymore? Henry Crinkle Bryony, no such thing as evil energy burning people. No, I didn't say there was any evil energy burning people. I was talking about the you don't know what I'm talking about. I was talking about the leather thong that the pendant goes on, because it's a satanic, you know, I'm talking about the evil energies, but demonic energy, which is real. And if you don't believe in that, where's your brain? Because it's real. You know, that's not even up for debate. It's like if you think a Ouija board is okay, there's something wrong with you. It's that kind of level of, do you know what I mean? Michael O'Neill, oh yeah, my mistake. Crinkle wasn't stalking women on Crime Bodge. It was police abusing powers. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's where he's from. But I go on Crime Bodge as well. Well, I've looked. I never get any replies. Old Oak, Patterson threatened to put plenty of people through a wood chipper. Well, he was a danger to people, hence why he is where he is now. But did he actually threaten to put people through a wood chipper? Because when I was in the Eastbourne psychiatric unit, that was the first time I'd heard about it, because he said it to me himself. He said about putting police in the wood chipper and feeding them to the pigs, and I got upset. I was in. I don't think he literally meant it. I didn't like what he was saying, but at the same time, it's one of those catch-22s, because what the police have done to me, I mean, it's so evil. They have, Sussex police, who he is exposing, have caused me to be suicidal. If you heard my last live stream, Scott Franklin Lester, even he had said he had met John Patterson. Caroline Stevens knows his real name. She prayed for me, never met me before, talked me out of suicide, was interested in John Patterson, and threatened me. Why? Because I'd left a 7-hour live stream running where I was crying because Scott Franklin Lester had burst in here. He arrested me 3 hours after he was meant to do something about the police protected criminal that threatened to beat me senseless when I rang 999. Sorry to raise my voice and get angry, but I said to John Patterson, I said, "Oh, I'm a bit upset about what you're saying." He said, "Why?" He said, "After what they did to you." And I said, "Yeah." Because it's gotten to that point now where, for the first time in my life, and this is where I've got to be careful about what I say, I've talked about wanting to, let's just say, if they come anywhere near me on Beachy Head, I said in a comment to Andy Devine or something, I said I could, in capitals, I might end up killing one of them if they touch me again. If they've assaulted me, they've brutalized me, they've caused me to be homeless, they physically and verbally, there isn't anything that Sussex police haven't done to me. So I haven't said that I will kill anyone. That's not a direct threat. And John Patterson saying that he would put them in the wood chipper is not a threat. I think it's a statement that's affirming victims like me. So I don't, this is why I'm very, very wary when people say, "Oh, John Patterson threatened me," because I met him for myself. In my opinion, his tears are real, and he affirmed me. He also affirmed me about what I'd been through in adult social care, supported accommodation. So, I've said it many times and I keep repeating myself, but I can't comment on what was said to you, because I Old Oak, or I'm just saying, I don't know if he did actually threaten anyone, but the wood chipper thing, yes, it upset me, but he also affirmed me. So he was a danger to people, hence why he is where he is now. Was he a danger though? I mean, did John Alexander Patterson actually threaten anyone? I know it's one of those sort of areas. A threat is a threat. Assault is assault. You only have to touch someone and that's assault. Common assault. I know, but was it a direct threat though, or was he just saying, like, "Old Oak, are you a police officer?" I mean, I'm just making a point here. because a lot of people have been victims of the police, which is why people from PAP have been subscribed to me. We know what's going on in the world. People's homes and children are being stolen from them. They're doing everything there. People are. I like Dan's idea of doing a ribbon in memory of people who've died at the hands of the police, because I think that should also include suicides, because they've made me want to kill myself. They've contributed to it. Scott Franklin Lester came up to the bed here. I was half naked and I said, I was shaking. He said, "What are you doing on your laptop?" I said, "You have contributed to this." I was crying in distress and Caroline Stevens threatened me. How can you pray for me, talk me out of suicide, call the police, say, "I know Scott's real name, PC Franklin Lester's real name. She's from up north. How does she know his real name?" Even the solicitor that I reported to the Solicitors Regulation Authority said he's a bully. And he's the one who had me up in the kangaroo court. And she was the one saying you acted in self-defense up on Beachy Head. But plead guilty so that you can get a probation officer to help you with housing. Even my partner was shocked by that. I've never committed a crime in my life, and I will die telling the truth. They can do whatever they want to me. They can do what they did to the long list of people at Hoaxted, shove him in. John Patterson, I think he's probably as much a victim as all the people on that list of people who've been, like that woman who's been she's in her 70s and she's in prison for 9 years for doing what? Exposing child abuse. Come on. There are people out there stabbing people, decapitating their own children. What do they get? Oh, a slap on the wrist. I'm reading about it in the mainstream media. I go into Greg's cafe to have a cup of tea, and this nutter who claims to be a psychiatric nurse who knew me from Meadowfield is threatening me with security because I have a difference of opinion. Sorry, who's the one with the mental health problems? She's demented. I'm bereaved and ill. She's demented. Security were like, "Oh, I thought the way she acted was as if someone had come at her with a knife." I said, "No, she was reacting because I said, 'Could you please leave me alone? I've got a difference of opinion.'" Right, I'm calling security. Something not right there. Something not right there. And yet security did nothing about children with knives in the shopping centre. Woohoo! What a fantastic country we've got. And this is what my late mother said. People in this country, and I'm doing it right now, moaning but not doing anything about it. Well, I just have done something about it. And the BBC are going to take this room from me. Bloody brilliant. Bloody brilliant. And I'm going to feel a lot better now because I've got this off my chest. And thank you. I really do appreciate having an audience. Well, people to listen to. Don't you think you are all a bit batty? Well, Henry Crinkle, what do you think is batty? I am going to have to block you because, you're coming on here to, to chat me up, but you think it's okay for, you're chatting me up. I'm homeless. I've been made street homeless and I've got to prove that I was born in this country, but you think illegal immigrants have got more right than me. You think it's okay for them to come over here? Because I don't think it is. Because if I was an illegal immigrant, I would say, no, the people that were born in this country have got more rights before I have. That's what I would be saying if I come from a war. They're not even mothers and children, they're men. And this is where I've got to be careful, because some of these men see us vulnerable women as lower class citizens because of their cultures. It's a fact, because it's already happened in the mainstream media. I've had attempted rape. And it was by someone, born in this country, well, British anyway, but there are plenty of Chris was concerned about me. Chris knew Stephen Lloyd. Chris said, I've got to keep my voice down now. Chris knew someone who lived next door to the pizza delivery, Domino's pizza delivery murderer. Oh, hang on a minute. There's someone at the door. Excuse me. Hello? Sorry. Oh, heating. But yeah, it does work. Yeah, that's good. It does work, yes. Oh, sorry, the room's in a bit of a mess.
How are you today?
Yeah, it's all right, thanks. It does work. Oh, sorry, my room's in a bit of a mess.
Yeah,
Has there been a problem?
yeah, we got some air inside.
Okay.
We just need to do a double check. Yeah, it's working now. Yeah. All right. Sorry about disturbing you.
No, it's all right.
Have a nice day, darling.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't know what that was. No one ever knocks on my door. Yeah, sorry, I'm just catching up with the comments. You mean as delusional as you, Crinkle? No, Nilu is not mentally well. Yeah, but Nilu Berry, her niece, it was, I don't know. I saw the picture where a graphic picture of her baby niece where her eyes had been taken out, and apparently the baby had died, but they'd taken organs out without the permission of. That's what I'm aware of. She's an incredibly intelligent woman, and she's a farmer. What do you call a person who works in a pharmacy? I'm just saying from what I know, but it was disgusting. And they said that they found semen on the baby's body, that it was part of a satanic thing. But she and John Patterson are extremely intelligent people. What can I say? I don't know, because I don't have the brains that they have. They're extremely intelligent people, and how can anyone say what is deluded when so much of what they're exposing is bloody true? I'm just saying, I can't say. Maybe John Patterson did say some things. I mean, did Old Oak, did John Patterson actually threaten you? What is a threat? But it when people are actually telling, there's always going to be truth in what some people say, and not everything. You can't all be fighting each other. You're supposed to work together and come together as one. Otherwise, people are going to get hurt and sectioned and imprisoned, because we live in an unjust. I'm just saying, do you know what I mean? Well, I don't know if she's very disturbed or not, but I don't know. I don't go for stories that can't be proven. Oh, Michael O'Neill. That reminds me of a young boy who escaped Epstein in his Swiss home. His bodyguards caught the lad, and it was said they threw him in a wood chipper. What? This was revealed by an ex-bodyguard. I mean, we're not talking literally, though, are we? We're just talking like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just, when John Patterson said these things, I didn't think he was, you know, he was speaking with emotion. I don't know. But I saw John Patterson's tears and they were real. And he said his partner or wife or whoever said, you can't carry on doing this. He said, I've got to, I can't stop. So he's, you know, how, you know, as he said, those who've criticised him, he said, yeah, what are you doing about it? And good for him, because he's doing something. I'm just saying, you know, when you get a feel for someone, do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm all for people who you want someone to be doing something, don't you? And I want to be one of those people that doesn't sit back on their ass and doesn't do anything. Crinkle likes to distract people from their objectives and live streams, basically. Yes. Yeah, I can see that, Brian. I know. YouTube needs a ban option like on Twitch for us to ban Crinkle. Yeah, it's Bryony, that called bestiality. Yeah, when the thing about forcing that ex-prostitute to have sex with animals, it's satanic as well. Forcing, because they were filming her and mocking her. It was the owner of an estate agent, and she said that she cried about this, of course. They were mocking her, saying, oh, Jehovah's your God. You know, it's disgusting. It's evil. It's pure evil. Paedophilia, bestiality, all the things in the last days on this earth. They're trying to normalize paedophilia as well. And look at all these police officers that have God, it makes me feel physically sick. They're inhuman. These are police officers that people like Dan are exposing for being paedophiles and rapists and basically everything that's absolutely disgusting. These are people. There's something not right in here. You know, Paul Dacres, he's always got a list of. It's like, who do you call when your life's in danger? You wouldn't call a Satanist or an evil person or some wrong un. Well, that's what I'm doing when I call the police. Do you know what I mean? None of them can be trusted. And when you see these recruitment ads on TV, you think, really? Because you're not actually going to be going in it to save people's lives, because they're not helping people. They're not helping people, are they? They're taking people's children, raping them and taking people's homes, arresting us when they tell us to do what they're doing everything, beating people. I know where Patterson is, where he belongs. Well, anyway, I mean, if you say exactly what he said to you, I don't know what he's, you know, but I know that he's in Chichester, and apparently he's not too far from a Freemason lodge, and I was going to protest. I made some signs saying "Free John Patterson" because I thought I got a good feel for it, for what good impression. I've kept myself away from friends. They just use you, then forget you never existed once they've had what they want. I love my own company. Yes. Yeah, you get what you want, yeah. People who've had traumatic experiences often are socially reclusive. Like you said about yourself, finding trust is very difficult for victims of severe trauma, obviously. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry, chosen one, for what's happened to you. Satanic ritual abuse is often just perverted minds thinking they get power from this behaviour, but often they are just getting self-gratification from the unknown in life by acting on it. Yeah. The green man is a pagan symbol, surely. Yes, but paganism is, as Jeanette Archer said, it's a shop front for Satanism. And it was John Wedger that said that the a certain whatever of Freemasons wore this thing, and they'd actually rape and hunt. They'd strip the boys naked and I think paint them as well, and hunt them and sodomize and or rape them murder them. And that's how I learned it was my partner who said, this is not good. And that was a tiny thing. Because I've also got one that's that big. Because there was medieval people, I realised just how, gosh, they loved their witchcraft, didn't they? Their paganism. And, and my mother and I loved magic and fairies, and we've had some run-ins with Satanism and paranormal activity as well in our family. But but this stuff, it's all just made to look nice, and it's pure evil. It's I'm out of it. Woohoo! That's one soul. That's there are a lot of sick people out there, Bryony, but while learning to avoid and disengaged from their narcissism in them is just a life skill as part of live streaming and life. While learning, yes. Yeah. Yes, police have divided the communities to the levels where they are at now, where the communities are now worse. Yes. Michael O'Neill, my mum used to shout down the road, when you come in, I'm going to kill you, because we kept running away when she was trying to get us in for bedtime. Yes, I'm sure that was a nightmare. Read the Hoaxted research blog about the true Patterson. I read about Angela Power Disney's. I only recently looked at her affidavit of truth, and that's why I'm looking at things sort of differently and stuff. Cops are no longer cops; they are a fine collecting agency, nothing to do with catching criminals. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, but they didn't charge me for their assault on me. I was meant to pay £200 each to them, even though PC Soper assaulted me again, and I took photographs of what she did to me. The IOPC weren't interested. But no, never mind, because I did my 24 hours of torture, my time in custody. Oh, yeah. One step closer to cancer. Thanks a lot, Sussex Police. Thank you and fuck you. Shove this up your asses, because none of you are real men and women, and that's why you're in it. You're cowards. And all I had to do was say, "Do you have children?" And what did I get? A slam in the door. That's what I got. All I did was say, "Do you have children?" Because I was thinking of their children, what it must be like to have them as parents. I said it very nicely. I wasn't rude. A door slammed in my face. Several times in 5 years, they've tortured me. So if any of you do get one of Dan's pins, you know, for people who, in aid of people who've lost their lives to the police, well, if I do ever top myself, you can add me to that list, because they've done their damage. Do you know what I mean? Honest to goodness, I don't mince my words. I'm not a drama queen. I can't stand people who feel sorry for themselves. So why would I want to be like that? With all the greatest of respect, I don't even want to be making these bloody videos. And I don't mean that rudely. I set up this channel just to document what I'm going through. That Sherelle Clark. I have a life she does. Silly little selfish, pathetic little girl. I say little girl, she's a woman. She's, kids are in care, and she's telling me to get a life. I'm here for my safety. I recorded the neighbours complaining about her. She drunkenly assaulted me. The police and Charles Lucas Property Management couldn't find evidence. This is what the BBC should be reporting. Life. She was an incredible person. I'm so proud that I was her daughter. She cried for me before she died because she thought I was getting support. I've been bullied away from St Wilfrid's Hospice. They knocked down the old hospice where she died, just down the road from Durham. I'm on my own dealing with this. And I've never known such utter, there's no word for it. There's absolutely no word for it. There is no word in any vocabulary to describe these individuals. I don't think evil is the right word either. So just excuse me for getting angry. I just don't know. You know, you just can't get anyone to do anything. These are people who wipe their bottoms on a clean, brand new hand towel that I put in the toilet. I was physically sick from the stress, and these nutcases that have been verbally abusing me are slowly killing me off by causing me cancer, and they're coming in wearing mouth masks. And they just look like brainwashed morons. Oh. Do you know what? It wouldn't even surprise me if that man that came in here a little while ago, it wouldn't surprise me if someone was making a complaint saying, "Oh, there's a bit of noise coming from that room. Sounds like someone's very angry. All right, we'll get maintenance to go up there." No, I'm sorry. I don't care if that sounds paranoid. You should read some of the reviews of this hotel. It hasn't changed an awful lot. Someone complained that because the key cards don't always work, they said that in one of the reviews a few months ago, someone came in, they were in bed with their partner, and it was the security came and said, quote, "Fuck me, F me, there's someone in here, sorry," and walked out. And can you imagine if they'd been like well, anyway, but yeah, oh my gosh. And that was a security man, but I don't know. But I've, finding human feces in the bin and you tell the cleaner and you get a threat of a punch in the face. Not here at the property where I should be at. And I got someone to come out. Someone came out. I'm making complaints to the council, and someone comes out to me to serve me with section something or other for going to the very building where I've recorded the neighbours complaining, to serve me an antisocial behaviour order because I'm trying to get witnesses and help. And that's where my lovely lady witness has been visiting. And her friend was the one who gave me a disguise. You couldn't make this rubbish. You couldn't make it up. This is how ridiculous it is, though. This is another reason why I want to kill myself. Why aren't people normal anymore? What is wrong with people? Where is people's? Do you know? If he wasn't, cops are no longer cops. Yeah, if he wasn't a danger and didn't threaten anyone, he wouldn't be where he is today. Yeah, but Old Oak, given what's happened to me, I was threatened with prison. The police beat me. With all due respect, Old Oak, I'm not saying that you haven't been a victim of John Patterson, because I haven't met you and I haven't seen what you haven't said exactly what John Patterson said to you. And I can understand if you don't want to say what it is. But the thing is, John Patterson is exposing. People are being served mental health frauds and they're being threatened with prison. Do I belong in prison? Because I've got photographs of the bruises that Sussex police have caused me on more than one occasion. For one, and this, if you've been listening to my live stream, I keep saying this. I have reported a solicitor to the SRA for whatever you want to call it, gross professional misconduct. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep repeating myself otherwise. But John Patterson is exposing these criminals who are doing not what they've just done to me, but they've done to others. And people are being served mental health frauds. They're being put in prison. So it's not true what you're saying, that if he wasn't a danger and didn't threaten anyone, he wouldn't be where he is today. As I said, I don't. Maybe you could be right. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he is. There's just something not right about this. And in my personal opinion, Bryony, should we put immigrants through the wood chipper? No, I haven't said that. I haven't. Where are you going with this? Have they done anything wrong? I don't think anyone should be put through the wood chipper. But immigrants haven't done anything wrong. See, the thing is, I think I'm going to have to block you, Mr. Crinkle, because, if this is going to be, this is going to get silly. It is silly because I'm being deadly serious. Because if you cared about my circumstances, you wouldn't actually. You're actually mocking me. Because I've got dire circumstances. I've been feeling suicidal, so I'm going to have to block you. This is about, as Dan said, prioritizing people in need. There are people, shelter say that there are 274,000 people on the streets of this country, this small country. illegal immigrants shouldn't be coming in here. No one should be coming into this country because there are too many people on the streets. No one should, whether they're illegal or legal. It's not about putting people in a damn wood chipper. John Patterson's comments, I believe, have been taken out of context. When he said he was talking about the people who have beaten me, made me homeless, physically, emotionally, psychologically, and taken away my human rights and abused me in every way possible. And they are posing as police officers. He's made a flyaway comment, and he said, I took it as a flyaway comment. If you're going to say something like that, you're not going to actually mean it, because you wouldn't say it otherwise. It's like when I said to Andy Devine about I could kill them, talking about the police for what they'd done to me. Now, I didn't actually mean I was going to kill someone. Remember, there was a mother who said, a Muslim mother who said, I could kill you, or I'm going to kill you. You know, the way a mother says, when our mothers used to get cross with us, they'd say, I'm going to kill you. Under ISIS law, or some law, they take it very, very seriously, that if you make a threat, you have to follow it through. And my partner told me this a few years ago, that she was forced to witness her child being killed in front of her. And I don't know if it involved decapitation, but it was so unthinkable, and she was weeping in her child's blood. We don't actually say what we mean when we say we're going to kill someone. We don't actually do it. But it sounds to me from the mainstream media that the people who would literally force their mother to witness their child being murdered would be the people that are coming over here. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying I'm fed up with all of this. I'm being really serious here, and why do you think I had a criminal say to me, yeah, I am going to block him because I've been feeling suicidal. I don't feel like I'm going to see my birthday next month. So for you to come on here, you're actually insulting me. Because if you think those illegal immigrants have got more rights than me, I don't know if I've got to prove to the council I moved to this town under adult social care. I was exploited. We've got a criminal system here. They're going away from their criminal system where they're forced to behead children in front of mothers for saying something off the cuff like John Patterson. Oh, they should be put in the wood chipper. But you think John Patterson, who's actually done something, and he said to you lot, what are you doing about it? What are you doing? You're going around and you're chatting up women who may already be the victims of rape and police brutality and homelessness, but it's a joke to you, isn't it, Mr. Crinkle? So, yes, I have to report you or remove you or whatever. because you're not taking this seriously. And that's not something that I actually want to do. That's not actually something that I want to do, is block, because, I can have a laugh. I can have a laugh. And I can be flattered. And I am flattered. But I'm sick to death of it. I really have been feeling suicidal. I didn't even want to. I felt bad commenting on Dan's video saying that I feel suicidal. Put a kipper behind the radiator before you leave the hotel. Oh, is that a reference to Fawlty Towers? Yeah, well, my first review of this hotel was a real humdinger. It was actually Fawlty Towers, Eat Your Heart Out. You should have. I'm not joking. The manageress was threatening people with the police, including me, just for complaining. There was actually someone who complained about finding a mouse and they were too scared to pick it up. I'm not making this up. And even during my stay here, I've had a woman who was so rude to me, one of the receptionists. I don't think she works here anymore. We don't do room service. I said, I'm not well. Could you just bring up my takeaway for me? No, you had it given to you in the instruction sheets that you were given when you were. I said, what are you talking about? I never received an instruction sheet. And she hung up on me. So, and I just had this mad pizza delivery man screaming down the phone at me. And I thought, oh gosh, it's him again. I mustn't order from him again. What are you talking about? We don't do... Oh, sorry, I mustn't do accents. No, I do people's accents. What did I tell you? We don't do vegetarian. I told you this last time. Now are you please? And he was trying to tell me, the same pizza delivery man was saying to me, sorry, I'm going off track here. He tried to convince me that these cheese jalapeno sticks, these sort of breadcrumb jalapeno things, were spaghetti bolognese. And I had an argument about it. Oh gosh, there are certain people, and then you find out that they own another chain under a different name, and it's the same manager. Oh god. Oh, this, honestly, Eastbourne really is going to be the death of me. But I've got a lot of funny stories about this town. Sabine McNeill got what she deserved. The judge was going to give her 12 years in prison, but because of her age, she got 9 years. But why do you think she deserves this, Old Oak? This is what I mean. This is why I'm being very, very wary, because I don't know who you. I don't even know who you are. But she's a woman in her 70s. Wasn't she a social worker? Why should she have 9 years in prison? What has she actually done? What is so terrible that this Sabine McNeill has done that she should get 9 years in prison? How can you justify this? You think, I'm, with all due respect, I don't personally know these people, but John Alexander Patterson, from me meeting him, he doesn't come across the sort of person who would issue death threats. And the stuff about the wood chipper, he said it to me himself. And yes, it did upset me. And saying feed the police to the. I mean, Old Oak, you're not a police officer, are you? Just asking, because I could have Sussex Police could know about my Well, Charles Lucas Property Management know about my YouTube videos, but I didn't tell them about it. How did they know my Facebook name? It's a pseudonym. It's not even my real name, and I don't give it to people. The only people who know my Facebook name are my partner and people who have nothing to do with Eastbourne, because I don't want the nutters of Eastbourne to know about it. And I'll tell you this, John Patterson was affirming everything that I've been through. Should I be in prison? Should all us innocent people who watched Dan on police abusing powers, should we all be? Do we deserve what we're getting? Because it's only a few of us that are telling the truth. And there are certain people who say, it's not like, you talk, what has Sabine McNeil done? So it's just been not funny. She's a woman in her 70s. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know anything about what she's exposed. I've just got a very vague understanding. But why has a woman in her 70s, who I believe is an ex-social worker, 9 years for a woman in her 70s? And all these criminals that I've had to suffer in my council accommodation. Really? See, this is what I'm talking about, people. Discernment. Pharmacist, that's it. Yes, pharmacist. Neely Berry's a pharmacist. Neely's not well. You do know about that. I don't know. I don't know that Neely Berry is not well. I'm not well. I'm sure a lot of these people that have been put in prison and who've been sectioned, they're not well because there are people claiming to be Christians. There are people claiming to be, and all they're coming in and they're like this, and they're fighting, and they're making people ill. They're making people kill themselves. There's a lot of evil being done. But if you can't give me a good reason why you think John Patterson and Sabine McNeil should be either sectioned or locked up, unless you can give me a good reason, you might as well say, Bryony, you're not well, you're a nutter, you should be arrested. And then I might question, well, who is this person that's saying this? Who are the people in the comments? Who are the people claiming to be victims? Are they police officers? Are they government agents? Who are they? But just back it up. You might be a genuine victim. But what I'm saying is, back it up. Angela Power-Disney and Andy Devine, I don't trust them now. And yes, I do believe what other people have said. I want nothing to do with any cults. I'm independent of any cults or any groups. I believe everyone should come together as one. Patterson would not have been sent to prison if he had done nothing wrong. That's not true. A lot of innocent people have gone to prison. I mean, Angela Power-Disney and Andy Devine were nasty to me, but does that mean that they belong in prison? No, but it's questionable. No one's perfect. I just want to know what backs up. John Patterson had an assassination attempt on him on the Temple outside the Royal Courts of Justice. Was that person arrested? No, I've seen the picture of the injury, but Sussex police bundled him down to the psychiatric unit, and he affirmed me and the human trafficking and the homelessness and what's really going on. How do I know? Because I am a victim of it. you see what I mean? I'm just saying, if you think John Patterson and these other people should be in prison, a woman in her 70s, 9 years in prison, yet all these criminals, including the police, are getting away with paedophilia and taking away our human rights. Come on, Old Oak, please. Give me a reason to have some sort of respect. Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm trying to be nice here. Do you see what I mean? I feel so angry about everything. And I'm trying to make sense of it because people are supposed to come together as one. I mean, I'm no brainiac here. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, do you know what I mean? We need to be the same. We may not like some sort of things others are into, but we can work together on common ground issues. Yes, Warrior Wales. Yes. Because the anti-austerity society that bullied me away, and the husband of the organizer was a dirty old man who was putting all the people with autism and mental disabilities and all that to attack me because he didn't like me opening my bloody mouth. And one of them, the secretary of Eastbourne People's Assembly, whose name I won't mention, she said he could be a bully, but she joined in. All these, you know, and Andy Devine was right. Austerity is bullshit. But you got the anti-austerity society, you've got all these societies, and you think, crumbs. I know, I realise I really am just banging my head against a brick wall, but I'm doing the best I can. At least I'm not sitting on my arse chatting people up on a live stream who are homeless, who've had police brutality and all of this. Do you see why? I've been extremely suicidal, I can't tell you. Pointing this out, do you realise these wicked acts, Brian, are and have been going on for a long time in society? I know. It's been going on since the beginning of time. So when you say last days, it's actually been the last days for hundreds or thousands of years. No, I know, but I believe that we're living in the end times now. I have to go now. I hope your day gets better, Bryony. Yeah, Old Oak, but you have made me feel cross in that, because I'm in a predicament with this one because I've made my point. If you know, I don't know the ins and outs of what, you know, these people have done, and this is where I've learned a lesson, but I still don't think, how can you back up a woman in their 70s being in prison for 9 years, and John Patterson, given what's being done to us innocent people, and they're whistleblowers? The wood chipper thing, well, then you, Old Oak, you must think that I belong in prison for saying that I would kill a police officer. No, because if I jump off those bloody cliffs, yeah, it's going to be because of what they've done to me psychologically. And I would like one of those badges that Dan has suggested making about how the police have contributed to people's deaths, because the way they were pushing my head down on the floor and I couldn't breathe. I've heard about these deaths in police cells, but no, nobody's going to listen to me. They threatened to throw me to the ground because I couldn't take my shoes off. I mean, Houdini wouldn't be able to untie his shoelaces with handcuffs behind his back, but they threatened to throw me to the ground. But you just read the most disgusting thing. Don't even get me started on it, on what they did to that. Was she a solicitor? She was either a solicitor or a lawyer. And you can hear how shaken up she is, or what they did to her. The disgusting comments. Don't even get me started on it. They are filth. I would say, yeah, feed them to the pigs. I wouldn't insult a pig. I wouldn't call them animals or pigs. It would be an insult to them. Yes, Bryony, you're very frustrated, stuck in a limbo of wanting to help and action to be taken. Yes, Brian. Should we put crinkle through the wood chipper? Brian, sometimes it takes... Well, this is what I mean. It's just that there's nothing literally meant about putting... I mean, John Patterson is an extremely intelligent person. He'd have to be bloody stupid if he actually meant it. This is what I mean. It's just a figure of speech, but it says, I mean, I actually meant it when I said, I wouldn't say I'd actually kill a police officer. I'm saying if they come anywhere near me, because it's a trauma reaction to what they've done to me. It's figure of speech. But they're so sick that they will use people's live streams and YouTube videos when they've already done the damage. This is what I'm trying to say. Oh, you can hear the anger in me, can't you? But yeah, undercover police are allowed to lie. They all lie. They all lie from my experience. I tell you, one of the ones who said don't tar us with the same brush. Do you know which one that was? That was PC Curtis. PC Curtis, who physically and verbally assaulted me, dragged me backwards in handcuffs and got the Herald paper to say, we found her safe and well. Yeah, but there we are. What do I know? Apparently I'm off my head. What does that make John Patterson and Carol Woods, extremely intelligent people, put in prison, sectioned? And what does that say even more so about the people of this country? No one has got a pair of balls. There's absolutely no one that I actually feel that I want to date or go out with. That's what I mean. Yes, I blocked that crinkle chat. There are no real men and women alive anymore. Why? Because they died for our freedom that's been taken from us. And our freedoms are being taken away bit by bit by bit by bit. They're going to be nothing left. I don't feel I could call the police if my life was in danger. That's why I'm in this fucking hotel. Sorry to swear to those of you who are respectable people. But I am really, really at the end of it. I am at the end of it. I've spent my whole life being a nice person. I had a convicted criminal say to me, a guy in his 50s, oh, it's you people, you nice people, you spend your whole lives being nice, and then you get a knife and you stab someone to death and you can't stop because you've lost all self-control. But if I got my own way, I bought a flashy car for a psychiatrist, got myself a diagnosis that would get me out of trouble. Oh, no. But he was also scared because he said, in prison, there's more control. It's a controlled environment. But in temporary accommodation, council temporary accommodation, there's no control, which is why the A&A contractors that I recorded threatening to... Sorry, the A&A contractors that I recorded verbally abusing me and John Patterson, the one that called me an effing spastic, looked quite scared when he handed me a key and told me and my partner that he'd walked in on dead bodies in one of the properties. I think I'm going to be having the last laugh here. And a lot of these police officers, not being funny, but when all you can see is their eyes and just nothing else but their eyes and a mouth mask. I tell you what, eyes are the window of the soul. And even PC Austin, one of the three stooges who beat me on Beachy Head. Oh, Diddums, look what you've done to me. Let's get her on a charge. They look quite scared and distressed. And I reckon that's what it was like for the Nazis. Just saying. Just saying. Just makes my blood boil. At the Nuremberg trials, they said exactly what they said. I was just following orders, sir. They didn't get them off. Did it? Hanged for their offences, their crimes against the people. And I said to PC Franklin Lester, roll on the Nuremberg trials. But they know about my YouTube videos. They know about my everything now. How they get access, I don't know. I'm obviously on their system. I'm on their radar. Good. Good. Keep watching, because you're already complicit for all these crimes. Sorry, people. I just had to... I'm saying sorry. It just feels so good to get this off my chest. It really, not as good as I would like it to, but 500,000 immigrants. I agree with Bryony. Thank you, Warrior Wales. Yeah, I really appreciate you and Brian. My horror poetry got far more gruesome stuff I used to write doesn't mean I'm going to do it. Yes, exactly. 500,000 immigrants given council houses, well, 250,000 British on the streets. I know. And I've been saying for decades that there'll be riots on the streets. I've been saying that for as long as I first got angry about all this stuff. And I didn't even know I still don't know about politics. Who do you think is running this country? Government ferrying immigrants over by the boatloads. That's what I mean. The fact that I'm still here is just, you've got to have a reason to, I'm dealing with covert narcissists as it is. Well, my mum died. Have you got over it? Your mum died. Some of us never get over our mother's death. There are grown men who kill themselves over their mother's death. I mean, George Michael was suicidal when his mum died. For fuck's sake. What's wrong with people? But that includes my godmother and my partner's mother. Well, my mum died. Oh, yeah, and one of the trustees of my late mother's estate. Well, my mum died. Well, my mum died. Oh, well, maybe you weren't close to your mother. Whoopie-doo for you. Maybe you got someone else. Stop comparing yourself to other people. Oh, I'm sick to death of the narcissism. And these people wonder why they've got problems. Yes, I feel really sad that I'm having to rope my partner's mother into that statement. I'm fed up with it all. Fed up with it. I'm fed up with everything. Lying is wrong. It makes the police investigation lesser when they lie. Don't be upset by Henry Crickle. He gets off on the reactions he gets. Oh, I'm sure. I know. It's attention seeking, but I've had to, as I said, I had to ban him because it's not actually a compliment when you are chatting up someone who has got these serious circumstances, especially if they've got those views that make my blood boil. I've got to be the authentic me, not the nice me anymore, because that's what gets me into trouble. If I don't say, if I'm nicey, that's what gets me into trouble. Me being a nice person gets me this. If I'd known what adult social care was like, I would have said that, and but it's taught me. The good thing is, that newspaper article that my careers advisor ex-acquaintance got me, where I said good comes out of evil, and I said that in my early 20s. I was talking about college. Oh gosh, college, the programming I went through in there was no different to the adult social care, the NVQ thing. It's too much to go into, but there's a link between all of these things and the programming. It's a bit like, don't waste your money on going to university, in the same way don't do an NVQ. It's just, it's patronizing. They brainwash you into feeling like this is what you need to have a good life. You got to do everything the government tell you to do. No. But that's why, for the first time in my life, I'm not putting myself down, because I've seen everything for what it actually is. All this, there's covert narcissism in this programming that's everywhere, in every institution. So I'm not going to have people say that a woman in her 70s deserves 9 years in prison. What has she done? The guy who attempted to rape me got just 2 years. I was amazed at that. I was amazed that he didn't just get a naughty little boy, even though he was a grown man. I was amazed that he got that, because of our justice system. Best place to put a kipper is inside the curtain poles. It will take ages to find out where it is. Lol. Why have you actually done that? The kipper and the corpse. Michael O'Neill, social care is a joke. My dad needed care. £2,000 a week they wanted to charge me. What? My brother and 2 sisters to look after him. They wanted to charge you? What? Why did they want to charge you £2,000 a week? They wanted to charge you, your brother, and your 2 sisters to look after him. He had his toe removed, and he has mild dementia. Oh, sorry. Adult social care. Adult social care wanted to charge you £2,000, but they already get paid. Oh, I don't know. Oh my gosh. They wanted to charge you £2,000 a week. Social care. I have heard through the YouTube, the wood chipper video are on the dark web. I'm not going there anyway. Got better stuff to do. Oh, I wouldn't have the dark web because I've got a morbid curiosity, and I'm already in a dark place. It would screw me over. But sorry, Brian, are you saying that the wood chipper video? Are you talking about John Patterson or what you were saying earlier? Sorry, what's on the dark web wood chipper video? Are you talking about John Patterson? If you put the kipper behind the radiator, the heat makes it smell worse. Oh, I see. Exactly. Yes, many claiming to be of the right faith or in the right, but a lot of it noise to teach their narcissism first. Bryony Life teaches us that. Sorry, I know I've been speaking for 3 hours. I don't like cults either, and that is why I don't vote. Yes. Well, voting, politics is cult. It is the same as cults. You're right. I vote Green Party or none of the above. Yes, Bryony, people want a unity on common ground, not quite communism, but somewhere in between seems right for all people. Somehow it seems to work, but we don't get that in society as it defeats us. Politically speaking, yes. I don't understand politics. Bobby Kent, Henry Crinkle, you stalking women again. For God's sake, leave this poor woman alone. Thank you, Bobby Kent. Yeah, as I said, it starts off as a compliment, but it's not a compliment when that person is actually taking the what's it. I mean, people are entitled to their opinions, but that opinion really makes me angry anyway, because he's in effect saying that the illegal immigrants, put them up in a nice plush hotel in Richmond, put them up. I'm self-funding this. I've spent thousands of pounds of severe disability pay on some of these dear god awful hotels, these like 40 Towers hotels. I could tell you some things. Excuse my language, but you know. I've got a lady, Iranian acquaintance, and I just can't talk to her about anything. And I'm getting to that point where I feel like getting angry, because she said, get the council to get you a house near me. A house! Get the council to get you a house near me. I'm 4 minutes away from her in that room that I'm terrified to go back to. Because of everything, because I had a year of smashed window, physical assault, vandalism, everything. And she said, I just feel like telling her the truth and saying what the police said to that man at the Palm Court Hotel when they said, tell the council to say that you're from Afghanistan with the whole family. They'll put you up somewhere. And this guy went and slept rough in his car. And this was a man whose mother was terminally ill. I despair. I don't want to live. I don't want to live anyway. What is there to live for? Seriously. Oh, sorry. I've, when you've got these emotional issues, I said 5 years ago that even if Caroline Ansell was to give me everything, not that I'm asking for everything, but Do you know what I mean? I'm not a materialistic. I'm not one of those sort of people. You know, I don't know. I don't understand it. It's just basic. All you want is something back. You just need a safe, decent roof over your head. Not a bed sit. It's just disgusting. It really is. I'll be quite happy to stay here for, but they give it to the BBC. Britain First are now a legitimate political party and back on sorry, I'm just reading the comments. YouTube, the UK government drove them out. The UK government drove them out. They have their base in Ireland now. They opposed illegal Sharia courts and crimes in UK. Wouldn't feeding the police to pigs be cannibalism? Yes. BRB, going to shops, then I'll be back. Have a cuppa, Bryony. Yes, I just need a cuppa. Oh, I feel really tired. Oh my gosh, I've been speaking for 3 hours. I really need to email. My back's really aching. I need to email this woman that Dan mentioned. Please do not mention about killing anyone on live stream. You could be getting into serious trouble. Yes, Bobby Kent. It did actually occur to me there are some evil people, but I was making the point that when you say something in jest, I really just can't. I can't do this. You know, John Patterson was just saying what he said as a figure of speech. I mean, crumbs, it's just common sense. I don't understand. I mean, Old Oak, maybe, I don't know, but as I said, no woman should go to prison for, I do need a cuppa. Please do not, yeah, I've just read that, sorry. Yes, good idea, Michael. Bryony, have a wee break and see if it helps a wee cuppa or something to drink. Yes. I need my tea. I think I should do that. Yeah. I just finish reading the comments and then I'll wrap it up. Do you know what? I only meant this to be about at the most half an hour long, and again it's been 3 hours. They are taking our freedoms to make us compatible with Islam. Well, this is why I believe this is the end times, because my partner, he's been an expert in the Hebrew Aramaic scriptures, and he said that Islam is going to be the final enemy in the last days. So that makes sense, doesn't it? They are taking our freedoms to make us compatible with Islam. My Iranian lady friend is a Muslim, but I there's so much I wish I could say to her. I want to say to her that I'm too scared to go to Iran, because the first film, that film, Not Without My Daughter, where Sally Field, they're saying, oh, if you leave the country with your daughter, you could be beheaded. And that terrified me. That really terrified me, because women are treated like shit. Excuse my French. You can't go out without a headscarf on. It's a criminal offence if you go out without a headscarf. It terrifies me, absolutely. Too terrified to go to her country. But I can't say to Amira, oh, Amira and Zia, hi there. I'm too scared to go to your country because they'll behead you if you complain about domestic violence and you flee the country with your child. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, I want to be myself, but when I laugh, I'm not, I'm not, you know what I mean. I'm just, I haven't eaten yet. No, I feel really, ugh. Brian, you've been talking for hours and I've not seen you eat or drink anything. Best look after yourself, mate. Yeah, yeah. I am starting to feel. Thank you. I'm starting to feel a bit weary. My head. I've got to message this law firm to say that I haven't been back to the room and I've got to find a passport, whatever. I feel like telling them about how suicidal I've been, but I'm trying to be professional. Um, and I'm going to message this Tina Chave, who sounds wonderful, and she is expecting me to, uh, thanks to Dan's phone in. I was sent for a job by the Dole. It was in a freezer warehouse. I told the boss I had rheumatoid arthritis, and he said the job's no good for me. When I told the Dole, they were going to stop my money. What? Oh. Well, they were going to stop your money because of your physical condition. Oh, gosh, I can't stand all of this. No wonder we have so many suicide problems in this country. In the West. I'm talking about the wood chipper video where a lot of people took that horrific video in the dark web somewhere and spin it to suit their narratives. Oh, I don't know about this. What is this? The wood chipper original story is one where people walk directly into. Ugh! Ugh! Did it really happen? Did it really happen? Did that really happen? Did people really walk directly into a wood chipper? Because I once had a gory nightmare like that. I don't want to talk about it because it was like something from one of those. It's like someone had planted it in my head. It's not from my imagination. I had a really gory nightmare. Like I can't. It's too disgusting to even. It's just. My partner said to me, "Did you ever watch gory horror films?" I said, "No." Well, no. I mean, I might have had an eye on here and there as a child, seeing something I shouldn't have seen, and when you've got your morbid curiosity. And I went to the London dungeons. I was forced to go there, thanks to my eldest sister. Well, my mother told her not to do it because she said Bryony will have nightmares. And what happened? Yes, she had nightmares. And I think maybe the London dungeons and all of that, it never goes away. And I've been on some scary haunted houses and I've been to Disney World, but the London dungeons, because it's based on reality, isn't it? Oh. And I was just a child. But what's this? I had the video of John Podesta torturing a young boy in the shower with hot. What? Who's your daddy? As he scolded the boy who was screaming in agony. Oh. Is that true then? Oh. Is that true, Michael O'Neill and Brian? Then on the dark web, is there really these things? I mean, I didn't want to have it because I just wouldn't have. The wood chipper original stories where people, yeah, I mean, did that actually happen? Did someone actually walk into a wood chipper? It's strange because I didn't know about it till John Patterson mentioned it, and I'd already had a gory nightmare about it. Because I feel like certain things are being planted in my head because these nightmares do not come from my mind, I tell you that now. I am not a sick bastard, but I feel like some sick bastard has put these nightmares in there that are just. Well, it's like when I was a child, I had a nightmare, which I now understand to be satanic rituals. When I was just a child, when I was about 5 and 8 years old. One was of a baby in a hospital. I don't know if they were murdering the baby, but it was. Now I realise, now I know what I know, it was something satanic. And the nightmare I had when I was 7 or 8, definitely satanic ritual, because it involved my Catholic priest, and my mother was taken underground, and we know that under the Catholic Church is where they like to do these things, and it was bizarre because my mother was naked and there was danger, there was an element of danger, and they put a cloak around her, and it was bizarre. That's all I remember. And the children at school laughed, and the teacher put me on her lap, and she said, "What was your what are you crying about?" And I said it was a nightmare about my mother, but I didn't say what it was actually about. But it's strange. It's like, what has influenced that? Is it something that you've watched? Is it? It does feel like it's being implanted in there. It's come from somewhere anyway. It's not just trauma. Trauma doesn't just do that. You look tired. Have an afternoon. Yeah, I am really tired. Angela Power Disney is a government shill. Please be careful of her, Bryony. Oh, dear. Is she really a government? Oh, Kathleen Cullinane. Oh, I've seen your name somewhere before. Kathleen Cullinane. I can't think where though. Yeah, she. I don't know if you've heard my talking, but she turned nasty towards me for no reason, and then she started trolling my videos. Like, and I'd already blocked her, but she was still able to comment. I couldn't understand why. It was for no reason at all, and it's because I'd asked about someone about my Herald article. So Kathleen, I don't know if you're still here or not. I've been talking so much, I haven't seen these comments. Kathleen, oh, how do I reply to the comment? Kathleen, oh, I have to. Kathleen, oh, it's Angela. I don't know if you're here or not. Sorry, it's Angela Power Disney. And actual, she could be looking at this, for all I know, but I don't know. Govern. I'm being really nosy now. Michael O'Neill, that video of Pedestra disappeared from my photos, along with loads of other stuff the same day I joined Facebook. I've been banned now 33 times. 33 times. It's very dark thinking, Bryony. It is meant to alarm and distress people. There is very dark stuff on the dark web. Yeah, that's why I didn't install it, because for someone with my head, that would be really, really bad. I'd be if I'm not screwed up already, I'd be totally screwed up. I just, oh God, no, I don't know. I've always been. It's like my grandmother was related to Anne Boleyn, and I was named after Anne Boleyn, and I've always, on top of that, I am fascinated with beheadings. But if I was to actually see that, I'd be. I think I would be. They'd be having to inject me or something. I'd be a mess. I'd be screwed up for life. I don't know. And yet, I read about, that EastEnders actress that was hacked up and thrown in the Thames. Oh, I don't care if her brother was on drugs or not. Her body was all chopped up into pieces and thrown into the Thames. You wouldn't get that in an episode of EastEnders, but that's what happened to a young EastEnders actress. Oh, God. There was supposed to be a video of Hillary Clinton. Oh, no. I can't even read what you've put, but yeah. I can't even read what you've put, but I know what you're saying. Michael O'Neill. Do you think it's real? I mean, I don't. It's not real, is it? I don't want to think it's real. I don't really believe that human beings can do such things. Angela Power, Disney is a shill, mate. No doubt about that. Angela Power, Disney doesn't like being asked questions. No, isn't it ironic that Andy Devine said that about John Wedger, but then they're all the same as each other, it seems. I'll give up. He blocked me because I asked him a question about his behaviour on the phone to me, using the C word when he was meant to be helping me, and asking me about the dictaphone recordings that had nothing to do with me asking him for help with what the police had done to me. You do know I've come out of prison, don't you? And I just thought, something not right about this, but I never said anything about it until recently, and then he blocked me. That's Andy Devine for you. So these are people that I esteemed. Kathleen Kellerman is Kathleen. Yes, Bridie, lots of government shills out there. When Trump was president, loads of arrests were going to be made as regards to Pizzagate and Hollywood. All that disappeared. Then Biden stole the election. Biden kiddie fiddler. When Trump was president, loads of arrests were going to be made as regards to Pizzagate and Hollywood. All that disappeared. Sorry, I'm not concentrating. When Trump was president, loads of arrests were going to be made as regards when Biden stole the election. Oh, yes, he liked sniffing children, didn't he? One woman vigilante, I believe so. I asked her why she had a GoFundMe, and she started trolling me and calling me a troll. Really? That's interesting. Well, it was Caroline Stevens who said that she showed me that she had a GoFundMe page, but then Caroline Stevens, who warned me about Andy Devine and Angela Power Disney, she threatened me herself. This is Caroline Stevens. Prayed for me, talked me out of suicide. I deleted the live stream. Is she still threatening me? That's nice. So they're all as bad as each other. They're all as bad as each other. I respected these people. That's why Old Oak, not being funny, I know you've gone now from the live stream, but as I was saying, give me a reason to back up. I'll keep saying it. A woman in her 70s being given 9 years in prison, and John Patterson. If John Patterson's where he belongs, in prison, then you must think I belong in prison. I mean, Angela Power Disney said exactly what that demented magistrate's custody suite manager said. You don't accept help from anyone. You're shouting at me, you go to prison. What? I've never even met these people. They don't know what I've been through in my life, other than what I've been saying and documenting. I just don't understand people. Why can't people just grow up? And everyone should come together as one. This is something that affects everyone. Oh, it's not about anything apart from, people being treated. By the way, how Kathleen Cullinane is able to highlight my name? I can't do that. I don't know how do you do that? The Shield likes to create a classic duality and have other people follow them, yeah. And not those who oppose them by calling them trolls. Yes. Well, that's why I'm now sort of reassessing everything and looking at things differently. Yeah. Yeah. Classic narcissism. That's what I've been saying. Covert narcissism and all that. Ignorance and offensive behaviour. Michael O'Neill GoFundMe are under investigation after they stopped the truckers' protest fund. £9 million was frozen. Excuse me. They found out the charity is a PO box in Redwood City. Excuse me. I've been speaking for nearly 4 hours. Okay, Bryony, when are you going to get that cup of tea, mate? Wee bit to eat, mate. I know. Thank you for caring. I'm going to, I'm sort of going to close this now. Just finishing reading these. I've been up since yesterday morning. Lol, I need some sleep. Oh, but you should have some sleep. Oh, it's been good to talk. What is the Truckers Protest Fund? Us the ampersand symbol and type their name. Oh, what's ampersand symbol? What's that? At. So if I go Brian, PC. No, it hasn't worked. No, it didn't work. One more time for a cup. You should get nutrients in a cuppa. I know. Well, all my nutrients. I bought a load of vitamins. I'd spent quite a bit in. They're back at the room. That's the irony. So, type the A first. Yes, I did that. Yes, but it hasn't come up highlighted. How do you do that? PC. No, it still hasn't worked. CA Canada has had a big protest against CIVID mandates, not even on the news. Australian and European truckers have joined the protest. Oh, okay. What's it to do with the truckers? Sorry, I don't know. It comes highlighted on my side though. Yeah, how is it other people are able to do that? A lot of the truckers' stuff is on BitChute. Oh, okay. See, I don't know how you do that. How do you do it? Why won't it oh, right, like that. No, it's still not working. Oh well. Anyway, but it's been good to oh, I know I look really awful. Yeah, I did that. What, do it in capitals? You do it in capitals then? But it doesn't work. No, it's still not working. Why is it other people are able to highlight my name? Even when I went on Dan's live stream, other people were able to highlight my name. How do you do that? I just don't know how you do that. What are you saying? It did work? Oh, well, it's highlighted on your side. Because on my side, my name's orange, but are you saying it's highlighted on your side? Oh, well. It's not highlighted on my side. No, it's not highlighted on my side. It just, there's no orange strip, it's not orange. Oh, okay. It's not. Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't know, because it's, my name is or has been highlighted in orange, but it's not highlighted your name. But okay. But thank you. I've just learnt something. But well, I better thank you very much for listening to me. Oh, I need to email this. I have highlighted messages from you because you use the @ then my name. Okay. As you, the host of this channel, you will always be the orange on this channel. Okay. Highlighted messages from you because you... Oh, I see. I get it. Yeah. Thank you. Because I use the @ Okay. Thank you. Now I know, though. Now I know, because I wouldn't have known that otherwise. So now I know how to get people's attention. Thank you. I always thought the highlight was you. Lol. I was wondering how you were doing it without touching your phone. We can learn more next time. Yes. Well, I've just learnt something. Well, wow. It's been nearly 4 hours. can't believe I only meant this to be about half an hour long of a phone call, but I am a bit worried. I better email this law firm then, and I'm going to try this lady, Tina. So, who's a genius? No, you're the genius. I always thought the highlight was you. I was wondering how you were doing it with that. Oh, you thought it was me doing it? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, thank you very much for listening and watching. And I have to say, I am looking at people differently. There are certain people who people have said, oh, you don't want to listen to that person, or, or might be a bit wary or whatever. But I did listen to this Sharon Gale, and sort of snooping my nose in a bit, listening to her saying what she said about Angela Power Disney in not such glowing terms. And I can understand but I shouldn't really be I shouldn't really be gossiping. Like, it might come across as because I put in my penny's worth of my feelings. But what I don't want to do is stir up anger, and it's not about stirring things up, it's about getting things out and being understood. Okay, one woman vigilante. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. You're right. It hasn't worked on my side, no. I'm sure it wouldn't work if I put my name up either, but they're saying it only works if it's... If you put my name up, it will work, is what Brian is saying. Because you're trying to get someone else's attention. I get it now. So, no, you're not stirring up anger. It's just having some clarity where you need some. Yeah. You didn't actually see a video of someone walking into a wood chipper, did you? Sorry, I'm not, that thing is not going to get out of my head now. But I do believe John Patterson just meant that thing as a figure of speech, because that's the first time I'd heard about it, is he said it to me, put them in the wood chipper and feed them to the pigs. But he didn't say it in a menacing way. Because otherwise I would have gone, oh, I did say to someone else, oh, I was upset when he said that, but I wasn't scared of him. I wouldn't have gone and sat on his table and spoken to him, would I? I'm trying to keep away from weirdos, believe me. There was a chap who he got speaking to, but he tried to put his hand on me, and I had to move his hand away. Yeah. So there are certain people, yeah. But John Patterson was the person I really was drawn to, and he took notes of when I told him about my experiences in supported accommodation, and he said exactly what the creep said to my mum, that he was just in it for his pension, and we didn't realise that what he really meant was, I don't give a shit about you, until after my mother died. It's going round the internet like a virus in certain dark circles as a horror story for click review. Oh, I see. So it's not actually real then. It's not real. Oh, okay. I thought that you'd actually seen you'd be traumatized for life if you saw that. Yeah. No, yeah. Ugh. See, this is what I mean. I've got a morbid curiosity that's really disgusting, and I'm ashamed of it. And that's why I get sort of the Hampstead thing. And the interesting thing is, someone said on Jeanette Archer, I'm not sure what to make of her. Because when I first saw her speaking to John Wedger, I thought to myself, oh, she, I don't judge people. Like, people say, oh, she was smiling when she was talking about something gruesome and unthinkable. But I can't talk because people have said to me, why are you smiling? And well, I was almost getting excited when I was doing the video link up talking about my attempted rape experience, because I felt genuine excitement. Like, oh, I'm so strong. I didn't realize how strong I was. It's like, why do some people laugh when they've been told their loved one has died? People react in different ways to trauma. And she does actually, like this Australian survivor, they corroborate what victims of satanic ritual abuse have been through. But this Jeanette Archer, though, voice recording of something, but it might have been used and taken out of context, because the woman who was playing it was saying, oh, this might trigger certain people like me, because of the way she might have been mocking people with mental health issues. But it was probably taken out of context. I forgot what I was going to say now. About this Jeanette Archer. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say now. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, there was something I was going to say, and I'm really it's really annoyed me. It was in relation to no, it's gone. It's gone. I had it and it's gone. It was in relation to all this sort of thing, though. What do I think of Jeanette Archer? No. Oh, gosh. What was I going to say? Because I find it... Yeah, because I've got a morbid curiosity, I'm fascinated, and maybe for the wrong reasons. And someone on a video, because I look at a lot of things, someone said it was a man who looks like a woman, like with, drag queen sort of thing. And no, I'm not being, it was definitely a man, and with dressed as a woman, and he was talking about Jeanette Archer, and I gave my comment saying, well, how do you know she's not, because you can smile when you talk about trauma. And he said, you want it to be real. That's why you're watching. You want to believe it's real. Which I kind of understand what he meant by that. Oh, anyway, I feel a bit faint, a bit tired and faint. I've been speaking for 4 hours non-stop. The channels telling that story are using it to get views, basically. Yeah, that makes sense. And there's clickbait stuff. While worse things have happened in history, the history many people neglect to view, learn about, it's all dark vibes, unpleasant. Yeah. That's true. Well, people are ignoring what's going on right under their noses when people are dying on the streets. I mean, I can't, and I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because I probably ignore a lot. I'm just trying to disassociate from it all. I don't even like going out. This might trigger some people. Yes. Your thoughts have gone because you need a cuppa and a bite to eat at least, Bryony. Please get something to eat. I better go. I'm not feeling too good actually, just a bit. Listen to BHTV. They are trying to say he is mental when he's just exposing the truth as well. What's BHTV? BHTV. Yes, I do need a rest now. BHTV or BHTV Plus is good to watch. He sorts out the shills. Oh, okay. Thank you. Never heard of. Okay, I'll do that, mate. Okay, right. Okay, Brian Harvey. Yes. Someone said that Brian Harvey exposed Angela Power Disney. Be interested to. I don't mean it in a horrible way. I don't mean like, ooh, they've been horrible to me and I'm going to, find out what's bad about them. I don't mean it to sound like that. I just need to sort of, as a sort of warning really to me. But yes, he's from East 17. I was aware of that. Okay. Sharon Gale exposed Angela Power Disney as well, didn't she? As I was saying, I'm learning all the time. As I said in my last live stream, someone on Hoaxed said that the people who said that there were Illuminati bloodlines. God, this is why I'm done with it all now. I've had enough of it. I don't care anymore. It's too much. There's too many people out there. How many people are on the earth? Think of how many lies that could be. And so many different theories. And apparently the person who came up with the Illuminati bloodlines, according to someone on Hoaxstead, was someone who was convicted of paedophilia in 1988. And then Fritz Springmeier wrote How to Write an Illuminati Mind-Controlled Slave. He too was a criminal, convicted criminal. And, well, I just now look at this Rachel Caruso very differently. And she wasn't very nice. And she didn't want to look at my videos. I just said, oh, could I see what you think of, my experiences. She just wanted to charge me for a session with her with shamanism. But shamanism in itself is not only mind control, it's the Bible warns us of how dangerous these things are. Yes, I better go. Yes. I'm going to go. Yes, it is. Thank you so much for watching. I feel quite faint. But, gosh, 4 hours. I only meant it to be half an hour. Okay. All right. Well, thank you anyway for watching. I'm going to end the live stream now. And I'm going to say goodbye for now. Okay. I'm going to end the live stream now. Yes, that sounds nice. Fish and chips. Yeah. You're putting the idea in my head now. Okay, well, I'll say goodbye for now then. And thank you. Yes. I'll end the stream. And I'm going to contact that Tina Chave. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm good. Over and out. I'm signing off now. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Bye.